Rider, not what you want to see if you're the Hellraisers right now. Oracle pinned to the tree, Spirit siphoned up, and chopped down by DM as they're going to attempt to go for this tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, nice sequence from them. They played aggressively again with Arena up, even though they didn't have Exorcism. They feel like there's a play there, and they get it done. Glyph plus living armor. Can they defend this tower? Oh, the Brambles didn't connect on the range creep. Oh, next wave's coming in anyway, so who cares? And there's no backdoor anyway, and they can easily tank this. So what am I saying, Shannon? That's really stupid.
The tower's dead.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone as expected. That is probably the most high-value move of the game that Prodigy have made. They got a big kill on the bat plus the mid-tier 1 tower without using Exo. And that means their next play... this play from me.
Alright, much earlier than last game, of course.
Easy to identify that this is happening. It's not an obvious play on the map right now.
Troll Warlord definitely opens up the possibility to take this.
They have no idea this is happening.
Never saw tanking.
Not at all.
Yeah, this could be a free rush.
If they knew, they would be fighting this 100%. I think the Dire have a really good chance of winning this.
Dying was made for this. He wasn't made for much, but roach fighting. Tombstone in the pit is one of them. Now, I was thinking about this after the last conversation. I think I've finally decided what the reason is that Undying has always is kind of a poopy type of hero, very one-dimensional, okay? Unfortunately, that thought will have to wait here as there might be a fight that will ruin this conversation. Okay, never mind. So throughout the history of Dota, including Dota 1, Undying's had actually a bunch of different ults, if you remember. He actually had a single target ult that was like amplified damage. It was always around the same premise, right? But look at, like, just based on these heroes in the game, and based on heroes in Dota, do you fear Undying's ult at any point? Like, I'm looking at these other ults, I'm like, wow, I'm scared of this. Oh, watch out for Lasso. Watch out for that Chakram. Mars ult is huge. Undying ult, does anybody care? Does anybody give a shit that Undying just ulted? Nobody's gonna, like, if you're doing a team fight, you know, that's the problem with it.
I guess yeah, but it's not that black and white. It's not that simple. But I'm with you. Like, the ulti is definitely not very terrifying, except from the looks.
It looks scarier than it is. That's the problem. Maybe it's true.
And then you have these really subtle-looking spells that just murder your team. And then Undying shows up, and everybody's like, it's like one of those enemies in Resident Evil that you just kill with one grenade. They're like, whatever. Yeah.
I'm glad we could agree on something finally, Syndrome. I appreciate that. Speaking of Undying, he's sporting his Tranquil Boots, and Infused Raindrops still has 2 of those left. Very exciting stuff, I know. Oh, Epileptic Kid has a set of Vampire Fangs, which...
really good on DP.
Yeah, really good on that hero. I like it. Of course, the actual lifesteal doesn't apply at all, so maybe it's not that good. It's only 6%. Is it really that good?
Night Vision is also pretty nice on DP, I would say.
Yeah, true.
The other option is to give it to the... Well, both Razor and Mars like it too. Maybe he should swap with Razor, actually. Razor has BKB now, and then you could put the Essence Ring on DP. I think that would be good too. We'll see if they do that or not. Yeah, I think it's an overlooked aspect of the item a lot of the time when people talk about it. Like, it's very natural to focus on the lifesteal part because the other part is only active for half of the game. But Night Vision can be super useful on specific heroes for being able to detect that it sounds horrible.
Instantly. That was so fast. Very nicely done. Epileptic Kid doing a lot of damage. The Troll Warlord will fall. Of course, that is the Aegis, but he already used his ult, and they're just surrounding him, including Undying. He's gonna pop his BKB.
Stolen Lasso.
And the Stolen Lasso will ensure the kill. That's a double kill for Razor. And now VP gonna push with this Exorcism up. Hellraisers caught with their pants down a couple times now.
And And it makes all the difference in the world that he gets BKB off. If he doesn't get BKB off in time when he gets lassoed there, they can maybe burst him, and this fight is totally different. But FN just being quick on the fingers there just ruins their play completely. That's the thing about Batrider here. You jump in and you catch that Razor. If you get counterplayed by a Rubik Lift or a Mars Arena and you don't get out, you're dead after you go in. So you better get a big kill out of it. And yeah, that was super well done from FN.
They forced some TPs out on the top lane. Epileptic Kid. Of course, it's ult already down. They couldn't really push anymore anyway. But I mean, despite all of this, Synderen, it's only a 1K net worth lead for VPP. It feels like they've won the last 3 engagements, but it hasn't really created any true separation.
What it does do, however, is that I think this 1K lead, like imagine it's a 1K lead in 10 minutes. I think every minute that goes by that it's even is good for them because Bat isn't progressing very much, right? The heroes on the Radiant that are getting gold, there's quite a lot of gold in this Treant, but his net worth isn't that valuable inherently compared to, say, having it on the Batrider. Or the Timber's net worth as well is not high enough to really be a threat. So I like them with a 1K lead here right now. I think it's clearly enough because their items and their timing is just super high value in the game right now. It's good.
I'll trust you on this one.
Oh, they're gonna see Roger here. Do they have a dust? Yep. They do.
Inside the trees, dust, but he's created enough separation.
Just walk in the trees.
I mean, even if they wanted to kill him, I mean, they probably could have if they just grouped up a little more. Is it really worth the extra time, though, Synderen? I mean, it's a very annoying hero. Gonna clear another wave, though. This Necrobug. That's so random.
It's a bit of gold for Rubik.
Just for like the split push here.
I'm not completely sure about the logic behind the book. If it's just to ramp up these split push plays or to ramp up his farm, that he can, since he's generally just out on the map doing random things, that he can be that much more efficient and get toward bigger items. I don't know if that's the logic. Or if it's to keep the creep wave in place when he uses Nature's Grasp, and he can have the Necrobook prevent them from doing exactly this where they run away all the time. Very annoying. Because if you do place your hero on the lane when you cast the Brambles or when you cast the Grasp, you're obviously exposed, right, to getting killed. And that is what might be happening right now.
Yeah. This feels like an AUI 2000 play. He used to do this on like Coddle and literally every other hero.
God, he used Overgrowth just to delay them here as well.
Yeah, he did just that. And now they might actually try to commit. Now they've pissed him off. And Tombstone is Undying, found his purpose in life. Yules is there. Telekinesis, silence, every spell in the book.
If I'm Treant, I'm not even mad. That's so funny and good, actually. Man, the amount of space from Roger, that's... it doesn't even feel satisfying when you kill him, you know? Sometimes when there's a pesky here in the game, you're like, finally we got him, you know? Yeah. And then it's just like, god damn, how did it have to take so long?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they're going to turn this very important tree kill. I mean, he was the reason they the last 10 minutes, it feels like. Just keeps clearing these waves. Okay, I was going to say they were going to go for that tier 2, but it looks like that is not the case. BKB is a 9-second now for Death Prophet. We'll be going for the Shivas.
This is a big moment, the smoke from VP Prodigy.
I mean, is it not obvious that they're smoked? Because they were by the tier 2 tower and then they decided not to push and now they're off the map.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit too slow. If they had been able, I don't know if it was possible for them to do this 10 seconds earlier, but it could have been a really big moment if they caught the
going to tank it. Good positioning here.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll actually see it. Oh, the blink up from DM. Looking for Nyx. This could be a really big kill if they find it. BKB into the TP though. And yeah, they're going to have to settle for the Oracle.
I thought for a moment he was going to ult himself just to buy some more time there, but decides against it. It's very clear what the game plan is from Hellraisers right now. They've identified we're not favored in fights, so if the enemy team is going to group up and run at us, we will avoid taking any engagement. And it's just assigned to taking care of bottom lane. Whoever can takes care of mid lane, and then Timbersaw is taking care of top. Like you see, this is very good strategic split. They will catch Roger though. Nice spear.
They sure will.
It as well be just a game of cat and mouse for a large part right now. Just gonna clear out the pests if you're Prodigy, so that you can get access to something big in the game.
Well, Halberd is pretty close to being finished from FN. What's that?
Look at Timber. So they've again. So now Treant died bot. So they think the aggressive play from Prodigy is gonna come bottom. So Phonic is gonna start cutting the wave.
Oh, wow.
He
Learn from
could be in
Tree.
trouble though.
Gonna Timber chain for now, yeah. With the Lotus Orb, they're gonna have to wait. Telekinesis is coming now, though. And there it is. They cancel the Timber chain, and yeah, he's gonna be brought down.
He
So
didn't use his hood. Use your hood, bro. He might have actually been able to buy himself a time there. Could have maybe got over the tree line at least. I think he's dead either way, but
yes, he is.
could have been a bit of time.
Kasani, after that Blink Dagger, did go for the Force Boots of Travel. Ooh, Spider. Oh, that's the wrong side. I was going to say Spider Legs on... Actually, never mind. Well, I guess Spider Legs, would you still put it on Batrider if they got it? Despite...
Bat or Troll.
Yeah,
it's
Troll
a really good item against Razor. You can suddenly find escape angles that you don't usually have against the...
Paladin Sword's a good one.
Yeah.
I think DM might just keep
DP,
that one.
Yeah. I gave it to DP.
DP? Oh,
yeah, it's good.
Just for the regeneration.
It's a lot of healing.
Amplify. Okay. Oh, they're going to find the Batrider completely surrounded. It feels like they're just trying to delay. Is that how it feels to you? They're just pushing these lanes, being annoying, dying just to buy time for Troll to get huge.
It's very clear team strategy move. Like they're talking, what's our play in the game, and they've decided that this is the one. I kind of agree with it. Obviously, the Batrider casualty sucks. The Treant Death bot and the Timber Death bot weren't as bad as the Bat one, just because his next item is more important than theirs. Oh, they caught Fennec as well. They're really trying to cut, but Prodigy are doing a really good job at catching. Playing like this is difficult. What Hellraisers need to do is hard. If you feel like you can't fight and you need to dodge and push waves all the time and minimize casualties, playing Dota that way is very, very hard in this patch. They're probably going to lose Roche too, and now it's looking very Prodigy this game, with an Aegis SNY on Razor just picked up, Shiva coming in for DP. They might be able to high ground soon.
Yeah, see, to that point.
All they gotta handle is, if they can push before Bat gets BKB, if they can't, suddenly Kasani has a much stronger play in the game where he can BKB Blink Lasso, force step the guy into the base, you know, good old Batrider stuff, and Rubik can't counterplay at that point when the BKB is out. So
he's still a ways away though.
Yeah. That's why the death talk was important. It slowed him down by 2 minutes on his BKB progress. All of VPP in the top lane means that Troll can apply a little bit of pressure to the bot tier 2. He's going to get slowed by the plasma field. Static Link is here. There are a couple of members to help out Troll if they want. They're actually going to leave him. Troll is dead. So Troll is joining the party of pushing / feeding to buy space for himself. Got them, I think, 4 TPs and 3 bounty runes. It's still... Oh, okay, Bat dies.
Bat dies too.
Yeah. Before that, it was somewhat even. Now it's not at all.
Hellraiser's definitely on the back foot this time around. I mean, the score in terms of kills is not remotely close, but net worth still not crazy. 6K is definitely a healthy amount for VPP, but I wouldn't say it's insurmountable by any means.
Oh, they can absolutely lose this game, and they can lose it against a Bat without BKB as well, but it really comes down to finding a way to contesting the Rubik. Because Rubik will counterplay this Bat every single fight. Bot tower will go down.
The time is going to be on Troll, by the way, trying to get this level 20.
Yeah. Guess he'll take 30 damage. Evasion is not good against DP, so more than likely evasion or damage to talent. Yep. Mm-hmm. And now comes hard defense. Yeah, this is a tough defense. It's really difficult.
Aegis intact. cheesed on Epileptic. Here comes Battera. They do get in the side.
Oh my god,
Pop the cheese, though, just in time, and the Exorcism is going to do a hell of a lot. 2 are going to die. There are buybacks available for Hellraisers. Nyx is forced to use Battle Trance. On top of the Oracle also will be full health, but he is completely surrounded right now. Trying to go for the Undying, but even he can't kill him. 3 dead, 3 buybacks.
Is under attack.
And this is going to be a Rax, if not more.
Save was not ready there to counter the lasso, but they still, DP just barely survived, like 5% HP got cheese off, and then the fight's just over. Like, to try to get the DP. I love the shot call, because they identified that they had the chance of doing it while Save wasn't ready, but they were lacking a little bit of damage, and DP just destroyed them.
They need to get some damage here, though. They have potential. FN, pretty low, but that is the Aegis. They don't want to die back just to take that out. And DPP is going to get out without any deaths.
Yep. They only lost to cheese. For 3 kills, 3
He
buybacks.
had, I think, about 100 HP when he popped that cheese.
Yeah.
That was... like, what happens if he dies there before using cheese? Do they just lose the fight entirely?
Yeah. They get run over.
That was very pivotal.
Probably get run over. You can't say for sure. Like, Razor is strong here. Like, maybe it becomes a trade of sorts. Yeah, that would have been really, really big if he died.
Well, Hellraisers are going to continue to try to be pesky in these lanes. Ryder doing his thing, doing his AUI 2000 impression. Funnick is working on a Sange Kaya. Kaya Sange, as they call it. K&S. Do you actually call it by the full name every time? Or do you abbreviate it in any way?
Kaya
It's
Sange?
S and Y. Yeah.
I think I call it Kaya Sange. Yeah.
Well, smoke on both respective sides. Might see a clash here. I'm not sure if Shiva's was done in that last fight. It might have
For
been.
TP?
But
It was.
either way. Okay. Well, we'll be working towards a...
Oh, this is not how you want to start this fight.
Is in there, pops the BKB. They're going to try to do what they can while these BKBs are active, but Troll Warlord getting really low. The Battera is going to be the first to fall, and Troll fall. GG's call. This is going to game 3.
Nice quick response there from Save. He blink overgrowths that he had stolen. He steals last from Bad. Yeah, that was a desperation move from HR. They knew they were in trouble. They tried to start the fight before the DP had ultimate ready, but when they started the fight, it was
Dire team Radiant team
constant aggression. Timber's team, but you got a single core lineup, so it's kind of, I don't know, not the premium Hellraisers draft, but still one they can execute.
No, well, it's an interesting point. We'll see if it actually gets banned in this first phase, as it often does. Do you think the reason that Timbersaw is seen as this big threat is because a lot of teams are opening with these strength heroes at the moment?
Nah.
Do you think that's just like a minor detail?
No, not really. Like, Timbersaw's always... He shifted away from the whole strength thing months ago. He's just like that annoying hero to kill. He's easy to defend towers if he has a good start. To kill him, it's annoying. You have to take away 3-4 heroes, therefore the map collapses, and then you open up the map for the rest of your team. It's not really, nowadays, like, gotcha with your strength heroes, but it obviously still can be.
The idea with Timbersaw, let's say Witch Doctor, Undying, heroes like that is they always do the same thing. It's just how the player feels they actually, how strong the hero is going to be in the meta actually right now, right? Because you can always theorize what he's good at, but until you play him and actually try to see how good he will do in the next few games, you don't know, because you can just be like, okay, maybe they can kill me with this much damage, but you never know. It's always changing. The region is changing. Everything messy, so you need to play it a lot. Hellraisers didn't play it for some time. It got banned, so maybe that's the reason Funnick, though he did get shut down, so scratch that. But still, it's a hero you need to feel
hard to say on one game we see. And I guess it's like, it's a more unique hero now that, for example, Enchantress doesn't function the way she used to, which was that hero that draws a lot of attention to its lane. Right, because it used to be with the Untouchable, you'd bring like 2 or 3 heroes, or she'd pressure tower, right?
Yeah, many patches ago, not really.
Up. No DP available though, because Verse Pro Prodigy did ban that out.
I'd say I like the bans from VP Prodigy. Like, these are pretty much, I've said it so many times, the heroes that Hellraisers like to draft, and these are the 4 heroes that are premium in their kind of domination of a draft, and the only ones left in the pool pretty much would have been either Weaver and Timber, which I don't think they're touched at all.
But rewind, you should have just waited a few seconds.
No, I was going to say unless or until there's a reason for it, right? They're not going to snap it up. So if they go
Is there a reason yet? Like, do you think this is a bit too early for it?
No, I don't mind it in this scenario, because they already have, like, the last game, they just had Troll, they had a single core Troll against a countered Razor in which they never really mustered a game because their bat didn't have one. In this scenario, they've got the Weaver, they've got the Timber, so the Timber should be able to buy enough space. As long as they pick the right core that isn't countered, Weaver will always keep that guy alive. He's going to find farm, because we saw in that last game, Timber made enough space to give Troll that farm, also the tri-lane. So I don't mind it in this scenario. Also, because you have the fact that Timber v Mars is always nice, and Oracle Timber.
I mean, like, to be honest, I like Timber for Hellraisers anyways. I think that looking at the one game is maybe not fair to Funnick, since he really did get destroyed.
Yeah.
But overall, Hellraisers, they really like these 2 picks. I agree 100% with you that the 4 bans from VP Prodigy are probably the best ones, since Hellraisers have the first pick. Just put 2 of their comfort heroes and see if they get both of them. They did get them, but how well are they going to work together? That we're going to see, because they don't really have like a synergy or something like that.
The main thing here for Hellraisers is, because they're first pick, they're going to control the second phase part of the draft, so they're not going to be put in a position where it's, we pick Troll, they go instant Razor, and then the game's now, we've got single core, right? So I think this is why, as well in this scenario, why I'm a little bit more inclined to enjoy seeing the Timber in the game, because I know that it's not going to be, they've countered my win condition, right? This is why I think this type of draft.
Yeah, you're not just throwing him under the bus out of the gate. Willow will be banned. They don't want to see VP Prodigy getting that kind of overwhelming combo around the Mars ult again.
Strong lane. I guess the other thing as well is the fact that it's annoying v Weaver as well. You always have the roots. You're always going to be able to annoy him in the fights. I think maybe it's just trying to take away the simpleness of the draft. Weaver with Ags, I feel, would dismantle that kind of combo. You always want, like, I think Weaver against any big team fight wins, because of course you just reset the guy they jumped and suddenly you're in. So I guess they'd focus more on the laning phase ban rather than the game.
Though the Willow is also, we can't really look at her as only a team fight hero, because she does fight every like the second she has Bedlam. But the main thing I think is VP Prodigy have Oracle. Oracle, to me, is the best counter to the Dark Willow. We know that they play it. We know they like it with Mars. Just don't let them have it when we don't have the Oracle. I guess that's kind of a point, and it comes back to this being a full series, Hellraiser seeing what VP Prodigy likes. I don't think if it was a game, we see VP Prodigy adjust and then Hellraiser's adjust that. So this is like really, really nice drafting here from both teams.
Yeah, especially like the Willow kind of leans into that fighting constantly style, which we've seen Virtus Pro Prodigy, even in the game that they lost, was seeking out more or less from the get-go. So what do you see coming out next with that in mind?
So they have a Timber, they have a Weaver.
Skywrath.
Okay, that definitely screams killing.
That's the position 4. That'll be... Is it save? Yeah.
Is that a 100% position 4? I think he played it, but we saw it in
Save played it once. So far in the tournament, it's been 3 times picked. It's
the only other player is an Iceberg, right?
Yeah, Iceberg played it once mid, won that game. It's played twice by 2 different POS4s, and it won both games. And then the Venge, another hero that's barely been picked. I think she's only came out twice, but it's 2 wins so far. And it is a double minus armor strat now for Hellraisers.
Double minus armor, you have a save now before the Weaver gets the Ags, so that's really nice. I mean, this is interesting to see. I didn't expect the Venge. I definitely didn't expect the Skywrath Mage. But this is the idea. You catch someone with the Skywrath Mage, you get the global out, and that hero is just dead. Even if it's a Timber, he's dying, and if you're starting the fight that way and just chasing them, it's gonna be awesome. Not many heroes actually counter the Silencer. I think no heroes counter both the Silencer and the Skywrath Mage in lane. That's gonna be cool.
Oh, that's a nice PL game.
This is a really good PL game.
Do you think maybe it would have been a better idea to leave the Sansa until the gotcha pick? Or don't you think it has that type of role in this game?
I don't think they care too much because they have last pick, so they can still pretty much shuffle up their heroes if they really need to. I think the concern for Prodigy is simply neither team really has good lockdown. For Prodigy, you have Arena and you have Global. Again, obviously Global not being lockdown, but you know, it controls the fight to some degree. Hellraisers, on the other hand, they pretty much have one magical missile, and that's it. So
which is a very easy stun to dodge, right?
Yeah, so you have the thing where Hellraisers, they're going to have to do the whole give and take that we discussed, the fact that they're probably going to be on the back foot early on. Prodigy are going to own parts of the map, and they're going to have to rely on the PL having the items to bait out some of these early spells, and then it's going to be quite even.
That's an interesting point, though, right? Like this kind of give or take, Nicola, that they're going to have to give space to VP Prodigy. I think Cinder and Hilna, there's one thing that Hellraisers are very good at is knowing when to cut their losses. But did we see that backfire in the last game where they were giving a little bit too much space over to VP?
I think touching on that game again, it's simply just the fact that you're pretty much missing one hero from your team, right? And you don't really get to play a game of Dota.
Isn't that the worry when you pick PL, or do you think he can be involved early enough?
PL can be involved. Like if he gets an early defusal and his team can maybe bait out a global, then he can join any fight he wants because he will rip through these supports and even Mars to some degree. But it's basically, if global is up, he will not join the fight, he will farm. If global is down, he'll fight. If he maybe gets an early Manta, then he'll be even happier to fight.
Then hell yeah.
Wait, on which hero were you referring to the bat or to the troll when you said you were missing a hero?
The bat.
Okay, yeah. That's exactly what I thought about.
Okay.
Like the hero is just.
I think it's that comparative of like PL wants a bit of time before he starts to fight, right? Like he wants his first item. That's that classic hero. Leave me be, and then I'll join later.
Who's I'm trying to think of the big brain play that Hellraisers could do because they're normally known for their draft where maybe they just put like a cheeky little Kasani Venge mid. Rip through all these heroes with like minimal armor, gives them a hero to play behind, and then just pick up a strong
Silencer.
Yeah, just batter him. Why not? I'm just going for it could happen in like a 2% situation, so I'm ready to...
and it's most likely gonna happen. Or is this a mid-nick side?
Yeah,
I really hope it's a
mid-nick all of a sudden.
If it's alright, I've called it, lads. There you go, let's put the upper down, my worker is not... No, I'm joking. Because knowing the synergy of when I make a prediction and Cinderin being the analyst on the cast, I'm normally horrendously wrong. But I'm pretty confident in this one.
What I like is how he's usually quite kind of light on you. He doesn't...
Yeah, he's a nice chap. He's not as vicious as the other ones.
But this is a sick Nyx game. Like, when this Nyx gets a Yules, he's just destroying all of these heroes. His mana burn is gonna destroy the Silencer. It's definitely gonna destroy the Skywrath Mage, who doesn't even have 1000 HP, right?
Oh god, yeah.
So it's a really good pick. The answer is the Monkey King, which
is it a good enough answer?
They've got 2 circles. Normally, when you get 3, it's an instant win. 2 yet to be proven as equally winning. But no, I just like the fact that you have, for Hellraisers, they're going to have a really strong timing of when PL has items, he's just going to dumpster everyone in this game. They do not kill a man to defusal +1 PL. And I think if the Venge is mid, he should be able to control the lane well enough and be able to play behind his Timber, because that's the whole point of it, right? You want to be able to play behind Timber, and these 4 heroes have that skirmish ability to do that.
I'm still not 100% sure it's Avenge mid, right?
Maybe it,
it could be. It's most likely is, but I'm still not 100% sure.
I don't know. But I'm just going to commit. I'm committing to it.
Definitely, VP Prodigy have a draft that's run at you, that we need to kill you. This Monkey should have a good lane. Silencer should have a decent lane, and they just need to run at them. On the other hand, Hellraisers, they need to enable the Timber so that he can create space for the PL. Are they going to be able to do that? I think so. So I'm going to go for Hellraisers.
Okay, well, my panel wasn't fully decisive because they don't know if it's Avenge mid or yet. So let's just tune in with 2 lads who will have that info available. Is, of course, for final time this series, Salzfan and Synderen. Can you impart the knowledge upon them which they're using as a sorry excuse to back predictions that might be wrong later? Is it
Avenge 5.
Avenge 5.
No! No, Synderen, don't say it. Don't say it, please.
Please, Sid, go ahead.
It was a really good idea, but you were wrong again.
Thank you. But no, I'll take it. He said it was a good idea, but I was wrong. Who is mid, by the way? Who is mid?
Timber, probably Timber mid. But there
Boring.
So the thing about this, honestly, is I don't know how good of a Timber game this is. Like, they've chosen to put it on Kazami. He played the Bad Rider last game. Now he's on Timber, and he has 2 core matchups that he can face. He can face Monkey King or face the Silencer, and I think both of those matchups are not particularly enjoyable for the Timber Saw mid. So that's one thing. That's the Monkey King lane. The other one is there's the whole Skywrath factor, right? This is a position for Sky who is able to roam on mid, and he can. I think roaming for Monkey King is one of the most rewarding things you can have on Skywrath. It's one of those heroes that you just need a little bit of push over the edge and you get big kills. So in this series, for me, as far as the 2 drafts go, I think I like VP Prodigy the most in this game. That doesn't mean that I think they're flat out just favored as a team, because I still think Hellraisers are better. Based on everything we've seen, but like if the last game is any indication, I don't know. I feel like this one's almost a 50-50 for me. Like it's really hard to have a
make
favorite.
a call.
Do I have to choose?
You gotta be more decisive. Of course you do. You can't be a wishy-washy guy. How about this? I'll pick whatever the opposite of what you pick is.
Oh, man, okay? I was gonna say you pick first.
No. Your turn. This is DM's third game in a row.
I'll take Prodigy. Let's go.
VPP for Synderen, Hellraisers for me. Try not to be biased, you know?
Yeah.
Try not to all chat where the enemies are, give away positions and whatnot, Synderen. Yeah. Are you surprised in the 10 years that people have been kept, that's never happened?
The biggest thing we've had was a TI Finol pause the game, right? That's a very memorable moment.
That was very memorable.
That was actually so funny.
And it was I don't know, I forget what the story was. It was a fat finger. Obviously he wasn't trying to pause it.
Yeah, he was in the, I think, was he adminning or whatever, or hosting the lobbies, I think, at the time, and he was sitting there watching and he just pressed up F9.
Yeah, I think. Well, he was probably trying to look at the stats, which is F8 or whatever it is. Like, why put it so close? You'd think they would have patch note that the next day, but...
The big brain play is to instantly react to it and then write it off as something, because your Valves, you're like, tech issue, right after you pause. He's like,
yeah. Well, he panicked and unpaused it. 5 seconds later with fade orange.
It's like, what the fuck? The players just wrote question marks. Oh, it was great. Good times.
Yes, good old times.
Instant D-word.
What TI was that? Is that TI 4?
3, I want to say. I'm not sure, but it was the main event. I think,
no, it was TI 3 because I talked to him after. Yeah, I talked to him after Alliance when he was very happy that it was a good finals, that everybody would forget about it. So,
oh, look at that. We still remember. So good.
It's gonna be,
well,
yes, please.
Not good, but rather the big story of the game so far is a D ward in mid that Nick's got. apart from that, nothing happened. 2 for 2 rune split, and the lanes will be Weaver next bot, which is the default here. Fighting into Silencer Oracle. That's a pretty strong lane. Silencer Oracle, actually, no joke. Unless they aggressive heroes, which they don't. So Roger's probably just gonna cut. Is he actually? He's trying to kill the again? No. Yeah, he placed the same ward 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, they haven't learned. Why not?
Well,
If it
we'll
ain't
see
broke,
if they
don't
learn
fix
this
it.
time.
He's gonna take some
lane.
damage here from.
Venge PL is a pretty weak lane, though. I'm not a big fan of Venge 5. I am... Like, I'm theoretically a fan of it because of the aura, but the laning stage just has been a mess for this run. Now that denies are nerfed a bit and stuff, maybe it can make a little bit of a comeback, but yeah, Venge's laning is just not very great. And with a hero like PL, it's even worse. Their safe lane's just weak. That's all there is to it.
And you talked about the mid lane, Monkey King versus Timbersaw, though. How bad is it? I mean, obviously, we talked about this last game, Monkey King versus any melee will be very happy. The melee hero will not be. But Timbersaw, is there a little bit of an exception for him, considering he can get some regen at least, based on the fact that he can aggro the creeps?
It's definitely not the worst matchup Timber can have, but it's up there, especially in the start. You see FN having a huge advantage, 11 for 3 against 5-0, and it's just because the only way Timbersaw gets creeps in the mid lane is by meleeing them, right? He doesn't have any ranged spell that can get CS, and that means you're always going to be setting up the Monkey King to get Jingu stacks. And that's really what defines this lane is, can Monkey get Jingus? Because if yes, he will either get denies or kill you. First blood coming out. Unsurprisingly, it's on the 5 Venge.
You're really not a fan, huh?
It's just not. That's all there is to it for now. It might get
I think the
big play.
I mean, obviously the magic missile is great and whatnot. Well, I don't know if great would be the right word. For me, it's mostly getting level 12 feels so important on Venge, right? Because the range on her swap is just garbage, level 1. It's like
it makes a big
very
difference
hard to use. Bot lane, we're seeing a lot of right clicks going through. The swarm is on Oracle, and Ein is going to get destroyed. Good impale there from Roger. So you're saying that you like this Silencer Oracle lane versus Weaver Nyx?
I think it's pretty good. Silencer's out of mana now, however. He's burned through his entire tank and hasn't sent down mangoes or clarities. Let's see if Oracle brings any. He has a couple of pick-me-ups, if that's what you call it, for the Silencer.
Sure, we can call it that.
It's called that. Yeah. Silencer Oracle against certain lanes will be really strong just because it's like constant ranged harass, right? It's something that Weaver doesn't particularly enjoy. But if Oracle does expose himself on level 1, he can obviously get killed off by the next Weaver. You see the pressure coming out there as to yield. And even though they do get the kill, you see it in the CS, right? Silencer 13 for 3, Weaver 7-0. He will now even pull to the hard camp. And Roger, it's also it tells a story whenever the 4 goes to pull the wave, right? It's usually a way of saying we don't feel strong in a heads-up fight, so we're gonna pull instead. FN gets the solo kill mid.
Yeah.
This laning stage is stompy right now in terms of the CS. It's bigger than I thought it would be. And FN has been looking awesome on Monkey King as of late.
Yeah.
I think he's really put in the work to master this.
Bottom
hero.
lane, as we see this pause come through, Funnick is really low and has pretty much no mana to speak of. Actually, will have enough for Shikuchi when it's back up. He doesn't really need the mango, but
no. This is close. If he jukes well here, he could actually kill Aina. He gets a Geminate attack in 2 and
is that your prediction?
Shikuchi. Yes,
I think he's gonna die. I think Funnick dies.
Kill him.
Oh boy. Okay. This has gone real south. This has gone very south for my prediction. Come the right clicks. Oh, it's getting close to 1v1 battle for the ages. Is won by Cinderin and
What
Funnick.
the horse?
Yes, that would have been a good what the horse. Actually, we should. Well, we can't reuse that, unfortunately.
Let's reuse it and see if we did it correctly again.
Yes. You're talking about the domination of Monkey King mid. It is,
Utter.
27-11 versus 12-0. It's not even remotely close. Now, the question is, what do they do about this? Who can gank? Who can help him get back in this game?
You can't gank this mid lane until Timber's level 6.
So you just got to stick it out, huh?
Yeah, kind of. That's why this Monkey Making Pick is so good in this game is because nobody wants to lane against him. So they end up choosing, they're like, okay, what's the least bad we can do? I personally think they should have put Weaver mid in this game. I think this is worse if Weaver is mid and Timber is off. And I know this Timber will be fighting into Silencer, which is not enjoyable. But I think the mid lane will go way better if it's a Weaver than if it's a Timber here. But it might be something like
bottom lane epileptic kid. Oh boy, he gets taken out by Funnick Shikuchi, so that's a positive note for Hellraisers.
Yeah, if Funnick is owning this much, maybe it's okay. 3 kills
could even out.
That's kind of funny.
He's trying to keep it even, you know.
Yeah. He has a killing
lane.
spree, and he is 6th on worth as a core right now.
That makes a lot of
game.
sense, right? Yeah, that's always frustrating when you play. You're just getting a bunch of kills and you're super underleveled or underfarmed or whatever the case may be. It's not like the old days, which every game was a stomp. Top lane though, PL, haven't really talked about him too much. 23-3 in the CS, so not doing great, but not getting mega stomped either. Pushka is here with the magic, trying to cast it actually. I see it on save, but it's just gonna turn around into Pushka's death instead. Very unfortunate for him. In the bot lane, I hear a last word being applied.
Yeah. Here comes Roger. All right. Going for the 2-1-0 build. I like the mana burn point against Silencer. It's crazy value in the lane. I think it's one of the best heroes to mana burn just because of how much he relies on having a good mana pool to take engagements. Like there's other heroes like you mana burn them and they can still, you know, stand and do something. Silencer without mana is just shit, right? And he non-stop. So just gonna burn him out every time he can. Should be another one coming out now if Epic Kid walks in. Yep, there it is. Fogged him for a moment.
The Fog of War is the friend of VPP today. Mid lane, okay, Kasani is level 6. Doesn't have any mana to speak of. We'll be getting a soul ring here shortly.
Yep.
Monkey King will be difficult to kill.
Yep.
What hero is the best? What combinations do they have to even kill this guy at this?
Nyx level 6 or
so you have to wait for Nyx level 6 now. Well, by that point, Monkey King is going to be.
I mean, they can kill the monkey with the level 4 Nyx as well, but it's just, can they get in there undetected? You see, there's already this prepped ward from VP Prodigy. They have covering the bottom side of the river. So if Nyx wants to make this move, he needs to be smoked, or he'll never get in on him unnoticed. Even if he does, it's still a high risk play in the sense that if they get Monkey down to like 5% but don't kill him,
Top lane Pushka, by the way, able to be taken out again by DM. That is the 3rd death on your Vengeful Spirit position 5, which Cinder is a big fan of, in case you weren't listening. Impale connects onto Ein. Will be going underneath his tier 1 tower. Will live, but just barely. But again, just more pressure being applied by Hellraisers in this bot lane only. The other 2 lanes are being lost in their own different ways.
Timber is on the road to recovery, though. It's not a good look to be 1k gold behind him at 8, but just the bigger picture here that he's now finally able to stand here, get creeps, push the wave, and get runes can open up for some potential here. You see him manning up against FN here.
He's manning up now. He's got 4 levels of reactive armor. So
yeah, he's got the region.
Not going to get much tankier than this at this stage. All right. Jingo does proc again. Yeah, he has
the region rune. So he does get to reset. All right. Not bad.
Gonna do just
Force the TP in. Full on regions up again.
Surprised that FN didn't go for a cancellation of that region. He had vision of him with that range creep there, but decided not to. Would have been.
He might have been worried of the turnaround potential. Like if you jump on top of Timbersaw there, he can soul ring and pop all his spells on you, and you can die.
I meant not trying to get the kill, but more just canceling the regen.
Right. Oh yeah, he could maybe just jump in and turn around. Yeah, possibly. He didn't have Boundless, so he has to hit the tree dents to cut it out.
Oh, there's 3 heroes bot now. Save does have Ancient Seal. This is going to set up the potential kill onto the Weaver, but into the Global Silence. Yeah, that had to be forced to be able to get that, and they'll find it. So with that down, does Nyx try to get involved, or is he? He's going straight for Yasha, actually. Is the Yasha into Diffusal? Is that what people are doing these days? And then into Mantha after? Or is he actually rushing?
Manta in this game. It's
What do you think
possible,
of that?
at least. It kind of comes down to whether they, first of all, whether they think they can fight, and secondly, whether they think they have to. If they think they have to fight, he may go Diffusal for that. But if they think, okay, we can stall, our Timber can delay, our Nyx can delay, at least the Yasha is a really good ramp-up item, and even a full Manta can be used to split push, farm harder. It's a more effective farming item than Diffusal by a good margin. So it's kind of a matter of what the big read is on the game from their side.
Top 3 net worths are on VP's side.
Yeah.
Definitely a very, I mean, it's a 2K net worth lead this early. That's really good. We're gonna see a smoke here on the Skyreth Monkey King combination. Looks like they're going for the Timber Sun. Poor Kaysani might be in a world of hurt again. There's the arena. Spear misses. I think they still find this kill though very easily. Yeah. It does take the
Keep it in the silence or a bit of brains.
Yeah, why not?
He just arrived and he was like, oh, I learned a lot from that. And then he starts farming the wave. He didn't even attack the guy.
That voice, Cinder, that's a good... You should patent that character, whoever it is. Name it something and make it your own.
Darkseer's cousin.
Alright, we can work with that, I guess. Another silence onto the Nyx assassin this time. And VPP finding another kill on the map.
They're rolling.
Yeah, they're doing great. Save is out of mana, so no real kill potential onto Funnick, and he's very aware of that. Top lane. Like Pushka is going to find DM with Kaysani's help. Can they actually get this kill?
Nice last word.
Doesn't look like it. And DM is going for his patented Blink Dagger. It's only his, by the way. He's the only one that came up with this build onto the Mars. But I feel like the thing I love about him, though, is he is so aggressive once he gets that Blink Dagger. I feel like a lot of people are a little bit more calculated. And not to say that he's not calculated, but it just feels like the aggression he just takes over him. He's like a wild beast.
Unleashed.
Berserker mode activated.
Mars Unchained.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yes.
attack.
That's Pushka. Use your superior Venge position 5 powers to stay alive.
Right. There's the spear into Mystic Flare and bye-bye Vengeful Spirit.
It did not
work. That was
work.
a singular tree. Good aim. Down the iron sights for DM that time around, Cinderin. Top lane.
They actually gonna run down here.
FN and Epileptic. Chasing down Kaysani. Weaver does have a swarm on both of them. Well, actually, time lapse before that Boundless Strike connects.
Yeah, if that strike connects, they might global and kill him. So that was a good decision from Funnick, I think. Get back out in time. In the meantime, while all this is happening, the PL is just farming. They're not really addressing Nyx, but they're addressing the rest of the map, and that's good enough for now. But there is obviously a little bit of a time bomb there that this is a good PL game eventually. Monkey King can be a bit of a nuisance, but outside of that, I think he's very happy with his matchups this game.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. Manta obviously going to be very important. That's when he feels a lot more comfortable going into the global silence. I mean, they have 2 silences though, so is there any other itemization? Like, I don't remember the last time I've ever seen BKB. Do you just get tanky at that point and try not to worry about it?
On which hero, sorry? What did you say again?
PL Manta taking off 2 silence.
Yeah,
Do you itemize it any differently, or you just get tanky after the Manta?
I think Manta Diffusal, and then in this game, I think Butterfly might be good. There's PL is not exactly my forte when it comes to like carry builds, because I know there's like multiple options that people go. Sometimes they go Heart, sometimes they go Butter, sometimes they go Abyssal. And I'm not completely sure what the carry players are looking for every time, because all of those items are almost always good, right? But like in this game, for example, the Butterfly is nice because Silencer doesn't want to buy MKB, nor does the Monkey King really, but he might have to. I think Scotty is probably the weakest out of the 3 for this game. You could say it's nice against Monkey King, but he has Oracle. I think he's going to heal anyway and stay alive.
I mean, either way, Scotty would never be like 3rd item though, right? They're very rarely.
It'd
be later down the line.
In the past, there were builds with PL going Manta Diffu into Scotty, for sure.
Ooh, global silence.
For what? Did they?
Well, bot lane, I can't tell if it was for the top or bot lane. Yeah, DM was saved. I don't know if he was dead though to begin with, but yeah, tough to grasp exactly. Funnick has the double damage right now. So for the offlane Weaver treads, how early do you go for Ags on the offlane Weaver? Oh, Nyx Assassin, hold that thought, Cinderman. Doppelganger.
Saves him trouble.
Nyx Assassin. Nyx himself will be brought down by FN. And Skywrath in the meantime, looks like DM popped his ult. They're able to find a 1-for-1 trade here. Trying to go for this bounty run. Will be successful.
As usual.
And attempt to TP out. Oh! You got it. Top lane though, Ein gets broken by Vendetta with that amazing passive that Oracle definitely possesses, guys. Don't look it up on the wiki. And they find that
Radiant's top tower.
they're not going to be able to get the tier 1 though, as Epileptic chases them off.
It's calming down a little bit though, and not in terms of the number of kills, right? There's plenty of action happening in that sense, but just considering how explosive VP Prodigy were in the start, they're not building their advantage. Like, the game is kind of stabilizing a little bit. They had a 2k gold lead 6 minutes ago, and it's still there. So they've plateaued a little. And if you're Hellraisers, you should be happy with that, because you know that your PL timing
lane
takes time here. Yep.
Kasani's dead, I think.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure he's dead. Fairly sure.
I don't think he could have survived any longer than that. This is that little corner bought him like 5 seconds.
Epileptic. Oh, he went Midas, by the way. Did you see that?
Just now.
Midas. I can't remember the last time I've seen this item picked up ever. Even in a pub, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, Midas is pretty damn rare right now.
Wow.
So the case to be made on Balancer is that he really wants the attack speed, and he doesn't have good flash farming capabilities. The hero as a carry just doesn't clear creep waves very well. So this is one way for you to stay on par with other cores. It's just the Midas
Don't you just get a Maelstrom then? You're playing the PL as well. Timber saw Mars ult into everything. Literally everything.
Swap off though. That was nice.
Oh, you're right. Venge is the one that died.
He's gonna die anyway, so I might as well save
Cost them so many. That's a good point, Kasani. Taking advantage of his full life here.
Last word.
Nice spear into the wall. Funnick is dead despite having time lapse up. Was just stunned out of it.
I wonder when this thing with Mars is going to get fixed. It's so weird.
Is it the flying thing?
No, the thing where you interact with Bulwark and you just get these like weird spear angles where you're looking in the opposite direction that you're spearing. It makes it extremely difficult to predict and dodge what Mars is doing, because he can kind of face any way and spear out of his butt if he wants. It's really strange.
Ambidextrous both hands. What is butt exactly? I don't know. We'll find out next time on this episode of Roger's Dead.
That's a show I don't really want to watch very much, actually.
You don't watch anything. Shut up, Cinder.
God, that's pretty
Watch
harsh.
some TV for God's sake. Please. I beg of you. This is where I get an email saying, Suns fans too mean to Cinder.
I'm actually really hurt right now. I'm only staying in the cast for professionalism.
Yeah. It's even worse when my girlfriend literally thinks that I'm too mean to you. And I have to come to you and apologize, and you tell me I'm the idiot for thinking that I offended you.
Like, she said I'm too harsh to you. What do you think? Like, no.
Mars ult, a nice time lapse out of it, but Nyx Assassin will find his way to death's door.
Diffuse online. So step number 1. So he bought the fighting item. Let's see if they're going to use it. If he doesn't start fighting with this diffusal, he could have bought them in opposite order. Got the man for better wave clear, more farm efficiency, but this way there is the possibility of fighting back, and I think that has value. It doesn't mean it's his go-to plan right now. I think if he has the choice, he would rather not fight at all until he has Manta, but he recognizes that he might not fully be in control of whether that becomes a necessity or not. So this way at least the bases are covered. Should it come to a fight, he can help. And fighting around Global Silence, like the panel talked about, when Global is down, Hellraisers actually have really good opportunities to fight. It frees up their PL to do a lot of damage. It frees up their Weaver. It frees up their Nyx, who, by the way, has a Meteor Hammer. Not sure if we mentioned that. It's completed.
Oh, very nice.
And got the Philosopher's Stone to boot. Awesome item on Nyx. It's one of the best heroes in the game to get Philly Stone on. He wants the max mana. He doesn't want to hit any creeps, more or less.
What about
anytime,
the Vendetta attack speed, Syndren?
It's attack damage, Shannon, not attack speed.
Oh, that's right. No, I'm sorry.
They didn't change that. It's the Craggy code that has attack speed.
I play Valorant, guys. Just
I know.
Professional Valorant player here.
Oh, Roger.
The dust onto Roger. It's just the Sky and DM right now. There's the blink. Actually fakes the spear. Very nicely done.
He might. Oh, they have a second dust.
He is definitely. Oh, okay. The little counter intuitive there, but they find it, so that's fine. So Nyx himself. Actually, it's gonna be kind of awkward calling this guy Nyx, considering there's a Nyx assassin. But the PL player today, he's relatively close to Mantis. But I think now you don't fight, right?
Honestly, the last 5 minutes for all races haven't been that bad. They keep hemorrhaging kills here or there, but it's on low value targets. It's the Nyx who has 4 deaths. It's the Venge that has 6. So that's 10 out of their 16 deaths are on the 4 and 5. Meaning the PL gets away with. Oh, Timber's in trouble. That's a bigger kill. He has no mana.
Yes.
That's a big.
I mean, Glaives of Wisdom are pretty good against him.
Yeah.
If you can lock him down a little bit.
Time to get some permanent instant talent now in Silencer, I believe. He hasn't chosen yet. There it is.
Right. Yeah. He has 12 int right now. So an extra +2. You know, I remember a game, I don't know if it was TI, it might have been TI, where Kyle was playing position 5 Silencer and he had like 20 int at the 10-minute mark. Do you remember that game?
Wasn't No Tail? There was a No Tail game with insane int on Silencer. Kyle might have had one as well. There's a No Tail one I remember. But now that you say it, Kyle might have had a game as well with like early insane int.
Global Silence has popped here just to save his own life here. Very selfish use.
That is actually a pretty big moment of opportunity. If PL can somehow get this Manta within the next minute, which he should, he's 450 gold away. There's a crazy timing here for them. Yeah. The Manta reveal plus Global Sound's cooldown will actually make me favor HR in that fight coming up. If they get to take the jump with Nyx plus Venge, they could make a really big play. Roger's even backdooring the top tier 1 as Nyx. He will kill this off.
He got it.
That will give him his Manta and 40 gold now for the PL. It's now ready. Let's see if they do something here. Is the smoke ready? It is.
Out of everything in this game, Cinder, I'm just interested in Epileptic Kid's build after this Manta. So went Shadowblade, is going Hurricane Pike now.
Yeah.
Does he? I mean, I don't think Silver. What does Silver Edge even do this game? It's reactive armor. It's not even that good if he already has stacks.
I guess against PL, does it break?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm actually not. I mean, either way, it doesn't.
Being created.
It doesn't matter that much. I think he's just gonna play around with it regardless. I don't think Silencer's job in this game is to counter PL. He needs to counter the rest of the team, and Monkey King and Mars need to take care of PL. I think if Silencer starts itemizing against this PL, it will turn out to be a mistake. So I think this Shadowblade Pike is just strictly, okay, how can I kill all the heroes?
Right.
PL is your problem, guys. Because, I mean, it's also his problem. He doesn't want to get on top of, get PL on top of him, but he can't deal with it.
You gotta trust your teammates at some point in the game, Cinder, and that's the beauty of Dota. The beauty and the horror.
Pushka, no sentry placed. They don't know they're coming.
They sure don't. Well,
he is dead.
Curse is there. Yeah. Let's look at his int row. 12 to 16.
That's 4.
That's right. He just took an accelerated course on how to build int. AKA watched Purge's channel or something. I don't know.
That's a shortcut to losing whatever you gained over the years, I think.
Funnick did finish the Aghanim Scepter, so he did rush it.
This global ready bottom for Epi.
Yes.
Dust.
Ancient Seal.
He's still dead.
They're not going to have to use it, it looks like. Oh, they do get it.
Damage.
And that is another 4 int for Epileptic Kid. So yeah, not having to use the global silence is a big deal.
Look at the gold of the game. Like in the last 10 minutes.
19 to 5. What the heck?
In the last 10 minutes of the game, Prodigy have got like 9 kills and HR have got 0. And the gold is still not moving.
Yeah.
They're still getting really good farm out of the map with their PL as well as their Timber, and Weaver is getting some as well. So now the question is, okay, can you turn this into something big now or not? Global is ready.
And that's with a Midas. I mean, they grew it a bit. It's 3K now, Cinder.
Yeah.
It's slow.
It's like swinging in that 2 to 4K mark. It's been doing so the whole time. They haven't got over the 4K. Considering how many kills getting, the map is still... HR are mining pretty well.
Save almost has his Rod of Atos, which will take that hero, Skywrath Mage, to the next level. Epileptic Kid rounding out. Oh, they're actually going to find the next assassin. And that could be a freebie. I believe, yeah, the dust did connect. And down he goes. So 25. I'm just going to say this every single time, even in the middle of team fights. 24 int stolen now for Epileptic Kid. I'm going to interrupt like whatever I'm saying if there's a kill.
This Skywrath is 9, 1, and 7. And
Wow.
25-minute ATOS.
Yeah.
He has 12 CS. He hasn't hit creeps. So, and
Do you
kills
like
are not
that,
worth
by
so
the
much
way?
right now. So,
I really don't like that.
ATOS?
Spear on PL. Not able to really follow it up with anything, though. They missed the Chakram. And it's here. There's a global silence to follow, but he's... Actually, Manta was used already. Okay, they do find a kill.
now we're talking.
A big
That's
kill.
a big kill.
Yeah, that is a big objective. The Phantom Lancer, who is still the top net worth, but not for long.
Funnig is instantly going to start clearing mid, but Epikid is on and will stop this wave from dying. So they have a little bit of momentum going mid.
This feels a bit like last game now, right? You got
A bit,
the position one that they're putting all their eggs in the basket of. They're creating as much space as possible. He dies.
Can carry this game, especially when Weaver or Venge get one defensive item to break global silence. Funnig is queuing up Lotus Orb right now, so he can Lotus himself and then Ag Scepter ult the PL. But the global silence is really the key spell of this game right now. It's been enabling to make almost every single of the big moves they've made has been because of global. It's countering this out really nicely. These 2 saves of the Dire are just not useful against it right now. But what usually happens to Silencer later in the game is that once players start being able to counter up the global, you have a tendency to
Ancient.
fall this way.
Alright, he swapped himself actually.
So dead
Pushka will
Skyrim.
die. Mars ult is here. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for the Skywrath to start this. Wukong's command inside the Mars ult. The arena of Wukong, some could call it. Funnig does have time-lapse available. They see him though. It's going to be hard to get out of this. Time-lapse is nice and pale onto Monkey King. They're going to find the Ein, so the 2-for-1. And FN getting very, very low. This is just the Aegis, but he is completely surrounded. Not sure DM can even see him here. He's going to jump and try to sacrifice himself, try to mitigate a little bit of damage as FN has to pop the BKB, and he wants to fight.
He did
He's
get
just
the
getting
4K.
bashed here. 3 for nothing in here for Hellraiser. This Rocker's going to get a meteor hammer out of the Mars, creating as much space as possible. Epileptic Kid, no int for you.
DM
And
got
that is a
cancel on his
4
TP.
for
There's dagger.
nothing.
Oh, he got weaved.
He's dead. He is...
He
nope,
could buy a lot of
Link.
time
Okay.
here. They didn't see him. He might live.
He does have TP. No, he
Okay,
does not have
really key moment for Hellraisers here. Silencer TP top and could not connect to this fight.
Oh,
And they stuck around. This was a 5-on-4 for a good 30 seconds before Epileptic Kid finally arrived. And when he arrives, it's too late. That's their first major strategic miscue in this game, and it might end up costing them more than it would seem. Like,
TM is still here.
even if it's only 2k gold, it's the fact that PL is closing in on a game-changing item, and that Weaver survived the whole ordeal and might get a Lotus Orb in the next 3 minutes. The outcome of the game is really about these key items coming in for Weaver and PL. I think that matter more than anything else. The Lotus Orb is the biggest item of the game. Oh, might die here. Damage from save, Jesus.
Is dead. Nice.
The big
done.
one?
Solo kill. Yeah.
Delay that Lotus, big kill.
I mean, he'll get it in the next, like, 5-6 minutes, though.
That's a long
like-
time compared to 2 minutes.
True.
It's 3
But he'll
times
get
as
it.
long.
It is. That's good math. Thank you, Cindy.
Yes.
We got
I don't think
double Titan Sliver.
I don't think Prodigy will make this mistake again. I think if they have to do side lane clearing, like maybe the logic is, well, we can put our silencer there because he can just still global, right? But first of all, I think global might have been on a short cooldown when all this happened. But even if it wasn't, it's a big part of your damage that's missing. The issue is your support duo are trash at clearing creep waves. Both the Oracle and the Skywrath don't do a good job at it, and you definitely want the Mars in the fight. So who goes on trash duty when it's time? That is a little bit of an issue their lineup has. When it's time to clean up, who do you send there?
VPP does get both outposts. 30-minute mark, not the biggest of deals, but not
Yeah, it's minor wins.
Yep. And it looks like the bounties will be split completely. We talked about the itemization, not only from the silencer, but Monkey King has to itemize against the PL, so finishes the Mjolnir.
Yeah, it's good.
We'll probably want to fight fairly soon here.
Not sure how much I like
there's a point where PL just becomes unstoppable, but even against any of these heroes, right?
It's manageable, but yeah, there probably is a point where he becomes a really, really big problem. We're still far away from it. I think Prodigy have a good chance for quite a long time, but yeah, if we say 20 minutes from now, I'm really worried about this PL for the Radiant side. It eats Silencer. Silencer Core does not have a chance in this matchup. Mars eventually struggles a lot, especially with defensive item build. He has Crimson Guard, so he's not going to do damage. So it's on the Monkey King. Goes without saying, both of the supports are terrible against PL as well. So it is a really good pick and a really good.
It feels like every hero in the entire game is bad against PL these days, but you know, that's just me.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quickening Charm. You put that on the Skywrath, who is very squishy, by the way. Has the -3 armor from the Nether Shawl, which brings it down to a grand total of 1 armor. As if you weren't squishy enough.
I mean, when your armor is that low, do you really have it?
That is the
does he even should he even care about armor? I think he shouldn't. Like, buy a Ghost Scepter, so you get infinite armor for like 4 seconds, and after that you're just dead, right? Like,
the rest of the stats from Nether Shawl are actually insane, though.
That's super good on this
magic
guy.
resist, 8% spell damage.
I would 100% agree with him carrying it. That's the best item he has in the game right now.
But who's taking Quickening Charm? Is it in the shop? No one lost it.
It is.
I like that item. I mean, if it's going to be anybody, it would have been the Silencer, but he wants to go more right-click with the Orb, which makes sense, of course. Depends on how much you value the Global Silence.
I think you should
take
put
the
an
attack
Oracle.
range.
It's better than Broach. Like 25 move speed is nice though, but still, I think Quickening Charm is probably better overall.
Well, speaking of the Oracle, has the Glimmer Cape. Doesn't look like they're actually going to be finishing, even trying to go for a Spirit Vessel. Does that surprise you at all? Has 8 charges on his urn as well. My goodness.
It's not. They're not going to use it offensively anymore. I think the Timber naturally in this game will counter itemize it anyway because he needs a Dispel and Silencer. It's too expensive on Oracle compared to other items. You're also rarely in a good position with Oracle to use it offensively to begin with, right? You want to stand behind the fight and save your allies. If you go in and start using offensive vessels, you can get killed really easily. So on this hero in particular, I'm a big fan of not upgrading it. He gets the urn just so he can heal more on his ult, and that's it.
All right, what are your thoughts on Nyx? He has the Manta Diffusal and now has finished his Abyssal Blade. He had Basher in that one fight.
Yeah.
That was kind of the debut of that item, I believe.
Blade.
Going for a Shadow Blade, though.
Satanic.
Did he change it?
Yeah, right when you clicked away.
Excellent. So
there's
not a Shadow Blade.
There's the case for both items. The Shadow Blade allows him to try to find the Oracle or the Skywrath and just burst and start the fight. I think he decided against it because he already has Nyx and Weaver in his team. He's like, okay, detection is too much value.
Yes.
They're going to have sentries everywhere. Let me just make myself more sustainable. This Satanic will allow him to survive through even a strong combo of Mars Arena into the Skywrath ults. He'll probably be too tanky and then heal it back up. I think Satanic or Battle or Butterfly were probably the 2 best choices here.
Mm-hmm. All right, well,
overall.
Funnick does have his Lotus now, my friend. So he's going to feel super comfortable being able to take off the Silence, which means PL can go pretty much as ham as he wants.
I really like HR's chances in this game now. I think they got over the hardest part. Somebody will be struggling for all of the game though. Mr.
Position
Pushka.
5 Venge is dead again, Cinder.
Yep. It's not The end of the worlds.
28 int, by the way, an epileptic kid.
That's true. If Silencer keeps getting int from all the kills, it starts mattering. So Adventure still clearly has enough for to overpower. So
if this game goes to 2 hours,
he does
can
not
have 3,000
scale.
int.
He does not.
It's infinite.
It
the
is
amount
not.
of numbers.
Who can scale infinitely in the game? Slark and Pudge, right? Nobody else.
They find them. Try to make that as hype as possible for you, Cinder, because I know that you need it in your life right now.
No, seriously, are there any other heroes that can scale indefinitely except Pudge and Slark? There's not, right?
I can't think of any.
Right. So the reason Silencer can't scale infinitely on Silence or in int is because he can't steal more intelligence than the target has. So eventually the enemy team runs out of
What was the game we were
base.
casting? Who was it? Who was it?
OGC had a clockwork with 3 int at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So if he killed him one more time, he would have stolen 3, I think. From
Wasn't it in Dota 1? Wasn't it infinitely scaling where it didn't matter when you ran out of mana?
I don't know.
Is under
I
attack.
actually don't know.
Because the priority was getting int versus stealing it necessarily. I don't know. It's interesting.
It could be.
Definitely a change that needs to be made so that Silencer can join the club of infinite scaling. Very important. More important than the 20% nerf to all talents.
Oh, he just got a satanic out of nowhere. He just conjured it out of thin air. The PL. He bought the Reaver like 1 minute ago, it feels like.
Yeah, it was very short time ago. Oh,
he
EM.
missed.
Impale misses.
This could still be a kill though if he's quick on the Abyssal.
Oh yeah,
he is.
He's
He
very.
won't even need to use
There
it.
are some teammates here, but they don't have a position venge to help out, Cinder. And you get
Is
it?
under attack.
Value position 5 venge here.
Oh,
Funny-
the spider
man.
legs.
Yeah, the spider legs are really good. They forced a BKB on FN, and now they can just back.
BKB and buyback, and oh, this is so good from HR. Really nice done from Funnick there.
Great bait.
You gotta love spider legs on Weaver Man. You're so fast with Shikuchi. Weaver Man kind of sounds like an interesting superhero actually. You just run out over the cliffs, really quick info. It's super difficult for the enemy team to stun you, and like that even forcing the monkey BKB was a bonus.
This just feels not fair. Like, there's certain neutral items that just don't feel fair. Okay, we're gonna talk about that in just a minute. Mars ult comes out, Arena. This is like last game, just gets 2 people stuck in there, but 0 follow-up whatsoever. Mystic
good
plays
swap from Venge.
Position 5 Venge is gonna get time lapse, so everyone is safe and dandy. Cinder and Oracle, not so much because he's on the other team of the position 5 Venge, and Silencer is forced to global silence, but he gets swapped. The Lotus Orb taking off the silence, and that is huge. Uses the global silence and BKB to get out and still dies. Time lapse. Lotus Orb.
Hellraiser.
Good game.
That it's just the timing, man. They get the items that they need, and now they identify how strong they are. Textbook stuff from Hellraisers. They weathered the storm for 25 minutes, and now they have 2 Lotus Orbs. Avenge with more than level 1 swap, specifically level 2. And yeah, now it's difficult to see the silver lining here for Prodigy. You just lost Roche. There's an Aegis cheese on this one. Weaver will take the cheese. How do you kill PL twice when you have Satanic?
I was
not liking the chances
orgasming
right now.
over the Illusionist Cape, by the way. Like, literally the best Illusionist Cape
it's
here. in the
super
game,
good on PL.
probably. Good God. I couldn't have asked for a better one.
Radiant's top
So that
tower
is-
Oh, how about an illusion rune on top of it?
Oh,
Dire's
sure,
bottom
why
tower
not?
Is under attack.
Illusion Rune is temporary, Synderen. The neutral item is forever until you replace it.
Yes.
Tier 2 tower will be taking some damage and will likely
Radiant's top
fall
tower
unless there's
is
some
under
sort of a
attack.
defense. But without Global Silence, I highly doubt they're even going to come close to these towers. Both of them, in fact.
If
top
there's
and-
one Lotus Orb in range of the Venge at all times, nobody in their team is likely to die. They can always... Venge can swap, and if they global, they instant Lotus the Venge, and then they swap. And then they Lotus the Weaver, and then they time-lapse the Venge. And everybody stays alive. It is... It is dirty and sexy. It is the kind of stuff we like to see in Dota. That's
This
my
just
fetish.
got
Double
rated
save.
R. Now we know what she likes, and you need to keep that stuff a little bit private at least. Have a little shame in your life.
Special treat. Oh,
And Pushka, time lapse, back to safety. That's the way to save your position 5 Vengeful Spirit that has Tranquil Boots and a wand.
it's crazy
Yeah,
how
it's
much,
nine
Tower
times.
is under attack.
how valuable this Venge suddenly got, right? It got insanely valuable because they got a Lotus on another hero. Yeah, he has himself. He's just got a couple of levels, but their lineup is really coming together now. They got to the point that they needed to, and now that everything is there, you can just see the beauty of the strategy of having these 2 saves with Lotus against Silencer. It's crazy good.
Pretty freaking good. Magic Lamp on... that's actually a really
Radiant are
item
scanning.
for Phonic. Even though the spider legs are really good, this will essentially... I mean, when he gets below 20% HP, he gets some HP burst, and he gets Dispelled. So enough Dispel for Silence, in theory, if they somehow find what they need.
Arena.
And it looks like they're going to go all in on this Timber. So they were going to find it, but the time lapse again. Talk about one of the best Aghanim Scepter ever created. My God, this thing is value. Jesus.
And in the meantime, PL's just pushing bot. And he gets the dump on the Monkey King. Is there going to be a swap? No offensive swap. They were thinking about it, but they don't need to. They
They can
simply
slow
just
play everything.
keep-
As long as
Absolutely.
Weaver's in the back.
Yeah. Having a laugh at that.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are
And
under
they were
attack.
chasing somebody. Epileptic is actually just shadow blading up to the top lane. They're giving up this Rex completely. Question is, what are they waiting for? I guess the Mars ult, 15 seconds, so they will probably try to make a last-ditch effort to defend here in the mid lane, but I don't know
that's
what
rough.
you do to counter time lapse when you have all these dispels now in form of things that you can buy and neutrals that drop randomly from creeps.
Usually the way you can get around something like this against Weaver is you have any sort of targeted stun or a hex, and the person with that item gets the designated job of finding Weaver. But yeah, they don't have it. They actually just don't
here we
have
go.
the solution.
This is the smoke. MKB is finished on Monkey King, fitting the lore perfectly. Trying to
Radiant's middle barracks
do as
is
much
full.
damage as they can. I highly doubt they even have buybacks at this point. Monkey King definitely does not. But then again, PL doesn't either, but I don't think he's dying anytime soon, especially with that Aegis. Now he's level 25, went for the Doppelganger
Radiant's top tower is
talent,
under attack.
so will be even harder to kill. Here comes the Mars. He gets stunned instantly, pops the BKB. Pushka
Good time,
was going to be deleted, but again, the time lapse comes through. FN pops the BKB. In the meantime, they're trying to go on top of Nyx. Here's the Wukong's command. Looks like they'll finally find somebody in this engagement, but will it be enough? Timbersaw, he is at half health, but still looking very healthy now as Nyx jumps in, still with that Aegis as the Wukong's command ends. Epileptic Kid already used the global silence, and the pause comes out. Kale. So lag. Shout out to
DAC.
DAC, where that was first introduced into my vocabulary.
2015, I think.
Radiant's top tower
It's been a
is
while.
under attack.
Yeah, the original DAC. And with this, I mean, there's just nothing they can do. It just feels like it's impossible now. All their spells are down. They're gonna get the silence on for the Timbersaw. DM's gonna
that's
jump
a
in.
start.
Nice. Okay, that's some laps. When in doubt, Cinder, and just remember this time
yes, Cheese
lapse,
as well.
all right?
Well, they
Oh,
did
dear.
defense again. Both Cheese and Aegis are gone now, so that's 2 of their 17 saves lost. So now if you can counter the remaining 15, you're fine.
Yes. Now, how
but-
safe are your Hellraisers? Do you actually wait for the next Roche, or do you feel confident enough to keep going? You know, Global Silence is still down.
Yeah, with Global down, I think you can definitely hit the high ground here with PL. You know you got the guaranteed time lapse, you've got the Weaver behind, or the Venge behind. He's also the 25 talent on PL to make things worse. That's another save in a way. So, yeah, I'd like to see him hit high ground while Global is on cooldown, but he doesn't have to. The beauty of this is that the game doesn't really get harder unless something like a Hex comes out for Radiant, but since the sounds are it's actually semi-close, I guess. I'm not trying to lay into him a little bit. Yeah, that's not going to
The Manta. He actually pockets his.
Oh my god, that damage.
For the leveler.
Oh my, please don't tell me he's dying. Okay.
Skyrath Mage to Illusions. Well, I've never seen this before. It's almost like PL is a really good hero against almost every single support in the game. Craziness. All right, Global Silence is coming off cooldown. Oh, boy, what? Second. What? They find him some way, somehow. Weaver is not getting tipped after this game because of that death, Cinderin.
Damn.
They're going to find a Vengeful Spirit as well. All right.
Mars jumped in and caused chaos. I think Weaver got scared. I can't check an instant replay, obviously. I think the Weaver got intimidated by Mars, and then the exact same time they got... No, but wait, the Mars speared in the PL, right?
I think he blinked in and speared him away into the
He speared
base.
the PL into the racks, right? So Weaver has nothing to be afraid of. He can instantly Shikuchin and save the PL. I don't know how that happened, but I don't think it should have. But that's one of the things. We've talked about this many a time by now. When you're behind, you got to take risks. And that was a play. DM just went for it. He's like, maybe it's going to work. And sometimes it does. So that's pretty big. Unfortunately, Stave just gets soloed now by Roger on the Nyx Assassin. That's obviously an awesome matchup. But I'm still shocked they managed to kill the PL like that. Both the Bench and the Weaver, neither of them able to save the PL there without Global being used. You'd think one of them at least could react in time, but...
Yeah, and I think even though they still have control of this game, Hellraiser's probably waits for Roche anyway now. I mean, not that far away. Just a few minutes of more farming, map control, etc., etc. Well, Funnick doesn't... He does have 3k. I wonder what his next item is going to be here.
With this blink, he has a save range of effectively 2200.
Oh, okay.
So that's about as far as a Mirana arrow can travel.
Oh, that's very specific.
Isn't that 2500?
I don't know. There's no more Mirana in the game. Who cares? What kind of comparison is that?
3000. Okay, my bad.
It's like the range of Axe's left butt cheek. He's not in the game. Okay, that's actually more interesting than Mirana arrow range.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Chat will back me up. Knowing chat and their priorities, I'm pretty sure they'll back me up on this one thing.
Probably. 1 minute to Roche. You play this now, HR. Play the area. Push the lanes. You know mid and bottom will push in for you all the time. You can send Illusionist Cape down mid every 30 seconds to just deal with that lane. And build a stronghold here on the high ground of the Radiant. If they get control of this area for HR, the game becomes play. You can simply stay up there with all 5 heroes all the time and keep pushing the midway then with illusions. Yeah. And it feels like Prodigy will have to make a move on you. They have to find a backstab angle or somehow steal the Roche away from you, something like that. Or you just go high ground. Okay. You're like, we're not going to make that mistake again. They're forcing them back. I don't think
he was pocketing his illusion escape for the leveler, but he's not doing that here. Nyx Assassin has an Axe, but I don't know if you mentioned that. That is...
Nope, that's new.
He's going to be... I mean, they do have silences.
Nope, they're trying for the ankle.
Oh, they sure are.
There's the Hex reveal.
There's a global silence. Timbersaw is very, very low. PL gets the Doppelganger off. Where's the Weaver and his ult? I'm not sure I've seen it used yet. It's still on off cooldown. He's probably saving for the PL here. It's a 2 for 2. Buybacks are coming back though. Nyx, there's the time lapse. He's getting pretty low. He dodges the spear, attempting to run away. Doppelganger up in 2 seconds. He's actually getting focused down. Triple kill for FN. And despite the buyback on Vengeful Spirit, who hasn't even gotten back in the fight yet, Funnick did get the time lapse eventually, but it didn't save his life at the end of the day.
They're finding the moves. See, this is what I mean. When you're the Radiant here, this attack from Prodigy should never be allowed to happen. Didn't they just walk up the stairs and attack them from the right? I think so. Like, and the Dire were in a stronghold position here. You need to be really attentive about covering the right angles. Man, I can't believe they're actually making a comeback in this game right now. That's a big buyback.
Back on PL. They want this Roshan real
bad. This is not over yet.
Yeah, the DM very low on mana. All right, pops a bunch of mangoes. When in doubt, just eat some fruit and you'll be good to go. Don't worry
That's
about
great life advice. I appreciate it.
Under attack.
I'm glad you do. What do I think of Nyx Ags, by the way? It feels so good sometimes, and other times it just really does. I mean, they have a lot of silences, so he just gets stuck inside like.
Yeah, exactly. I think
the
maybe
Lotuses
should've
and
bought a
all that are
Lotus.
on like other heroes, right? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You could have put another Lotus. I wouldn't mind. Spear opening on the Pushka.
Mars jumps in. The damage! Ooh, doggy! The Vengeful Spirit gets decimated.
Raptors, no joke.
Kid pops the BKB. Roshan is at half HP. Doesn't look like they're gonna go for it. Roger's gonna be the next focus. She's a 2 for nothing. This is a 3v5 now. Things are falling apart for Hellraiser. The time lapse keeps Kasani alive for now. Here comes Nyx. Jumps in with that Abyssal Blade. Deletes the Oracle, who buys back swiftly. Roshan still is available to take, but nobody's gonna focus on him. When Nyx is at half HP, the Lotus Orb is applied. Monkey King. Oh, they almost chopped him down off his tree.
He needs to not die with his
divine
rapier. He can't
Rapier,
lose
by the way.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, they're going to create enough space here. It's still a 5v3. They can get Roche now. Their base is getting pushed by these super creeps. They have to be
Radiant's
very
middle
careful.
tower is under
Of course, the
attack.
2 dead on Hellraisers have no buyback at all.
Wish fulfilled.
And this Divine Rapier is going to work now.
Yeah, they're
Not gonna
running out
have
of
much
mana though.
mana to
That's
speak
the
of.
problem. He's out of mana on Monkey King. That's a big deal. He has 3 mangoes in the backpacks. When in doubt, just eat some fruit. But he needs to prepare it first.
That's great advice. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, he's gonna eat it up. Back to Roche.
Oh,
They're
that
gonna
has
get
an Ags on it as well. This is going to be close. This will be a Monkey King Ags, I do believe. He's going to get the cheese and the Aegis. So that's going to keep the Rapier alive. He eats the Aghanim Scepter, which I think I definitely agree with. Actually, let me look at the full list here. So Skywrath Mage is building an Ags. Oh no, he was. He had that in his queue, but no longer, it seems.
It's the best one in this game. I think Monkey King. Give it to him for sure. It's good.
Oracle's is absolutely... Is it still his garbage Purifying Flames one? Or did they change
I think
it?
so.
I feel like they changed it. I'm actually almost positive I don't remember what it was.
Oh no, it's Fortune's End.
What
I
does it
haven't
do?
seen this item bought. That's why I didn't even.
Increases cast range and stuns for a percentage of the duration.
Stuns
Oh,
for
okay,
50% of the time, and then it gets how much more cast range? 100? No, 800 more. Oh, that's actually quite long range. But yeah,
Okay.
he will not play like that anyway in Oracle. Man, I have
Yeah.
not seen Ags bought on Oracle, I think, in 3 years. Literally. I don't think I've ever seen it for 3 years in a single
I mean,
game.
his previous one, his original, was real.
1 second
real
cooldown
bad.
on Purifying Flames, yeah.
Yeah, it was very bad.
It sounded so cool in theory, but then it never really happened the way you wanted
Yeah.
it.
Cinder, I think we're going to get to 60 minutes, by the way. We're going to see
It's
these
possible.
items. We're doing it for you. I'm in the game. I can give you all the insight on the best items.
It's really possible right now.
But
Boy, oh boy.
PL is building a Divine as well. Doesn't have them. Only has money for the Relic at this point.
Yeah.
But Monkey King is strong now. Pog put down his boots, by the way, so is a bit slow. Obviously, has the Tree Dance to mitigate that to a degree, but in like fights, he's still going to be pretty slow now.
Yeah. It's the saving grace from Monkey King is obviously he has big reach, right? The Boundless Strike is super long range. The Wukong's command with level 25 talent has long range too. So he definitely still has good presence in fights without moving too much.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, wow. This game is becoming a real thriller actually, and I'm still considering how well HR played for like a 10-minute span. They really dropped the ball for 2 or 3 minutes. They had multiple avoidable deaths. It was almost like they weren't fully focused on whose job it was to save and where they were relative to each other. When these jumps come in and Prodigy get these kills, and they weren't like insta bursts either. Like
Yeah.
they were definitely able to react in every instance. The PL dying in the enemy base, they had a couple of seconds to save him. The Timbersaw getting caught outside of the enemy base when they let them go up the hill should not be allowed to happen by a team this good when they're in control and have the area. They should not let them get up there. Just a lack of focus for a few minutes. Dota is a game until, it's a game for the full duration. You can't just relax for 2 minutes against a good team and expect it doesn't matter. You need to
Yeah,
be on
for
the
sure.
ball.
I mean,
It
you
can
can
be
look at it both ways, right? Hellraisers obviously dropped the ball a bit because I feel like we talked about the counters that they had in terms of the itemization of all the dispels. And if they just went through the motions and just executed even solidly, they would have won this game already. But at the other side, VPP took advantage of those mistakes. It's not like they were
Of course,
completely
they took risks, and
yeah,
it worked.
exactly. That wraparound was a big risk, but it was rewarded.
I think both
to a high degree.
the Mars pinning the PL in his own base and the wraparound play that they made onto that high ground are low percentage success plays, and both of them carry with them risks. Like Mars blinking out to spear in the PL puts him in a dangerous position where he can get swapped by Venge and die, right? And the high ground move where they go in, if the enemy team is ready and well positioned, they get the jump on you from the high ground, which can be really bad. But imagine if they didn't even try, then the game would be over. They have to try to take these risks. I think that's a really important takeaway from this, where when you're watching these games, maybe the next 4 times Prodigy try to do this high ground move, it fails. And people will be like, man, why did they go for that? It's so stupid they died. But sometimes 20% is your best chance of winning the game, and then you play those 20% rather than just sitting in your base and having 100% loss, right? Mm-hmm. It's like folding your hand, basically. If you just wait in base, you're just folding. You're not ever trying for the little chance you have that you might actually win if everything comes together. So it's very kind of an enlightening situation to see happen, because most of the times it doesn't go that way. But when it does, feels good for the team that pulls it off.
We need a neutral item update, Cinder, and I love talking about neutral items. It feels like we have never any downtime. So for the Radiant, VPP, they are not using a Witless Shaco and a Timeless Relic. Do you see any opportunity? So the thing I'm interested in,
why is Skyrath carrying Havoc Hammer?
Yeah, I was just going to mention. So my theory is Skyrath Mage is just so weak and he's dying so fast. He just wants that 18 strength, and I can understand that.
Well, doesn't he want the Shaco? Does he not have mana for that? And then he doesn't have mana for the Shaco. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shaco, obviously the reduction in the mana is pretty huge. I mean, it's 400, but
1200.
His ult is 800, man. Yeah.
He doesn't have the mana pool. When he gets the Ags, he might switch to Shaco, I think.
Okay, and the Timeless Relic is actually coming to Epileptic Kid, I believe. He's going to replace his Orb of Destruction.
Yeah, I like that.
So, silencing just a little bit longer for people that don't get dispelled. Is it 25%?
Yeah.
Debuff duration? Yeah, that's pretty nice. And Monkey King, of course, still sitting on his Illusion Escape. And on the other side, Cinder, we got to talk about both teams here. Is it the exact same item? Oh no, that thing.
They have the Illusion Escape, right?
Still? Yeah. Well, both sides have Illusion Escape. Both sides have Timeless Relic, and then the difference are Magic Lamp and Leveler.
Right.
The side of Hellraiser.
Yeah. And the Leveler is in PL's backpack for if they're trying to end the game. And look how the tables have turned.
Yeah, it really has. The Leveler, though, it feels like it is a backpack item. No, I almost never see people just equip it fully. Like, all right, they're dead. I just gotta push fast. Now it's to put in my slot.
Yeah.
Of course, the original iteration was a main item for sure. So where does Epileptic Kid go with this build now? He has the sheep stick. He obviously has the attack speed. Will probably get, I assume, sort of his Midas next for something.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter is not a thing anymore. Like the old Aghanims would have been solid. The Glaives through BKB, I believe. Is that the talent now?
Maybe he gets Rapier?
No, it's not even talent. Yeah, it could.
The game is kind of in that territory now where I wouldn't mind seeing a Rapier and Silencer. I think it's that or Refresher. I think you're playing.
Do you
you're
think
playing to
the
win.
Loss? I mean, you're going to lose a lot of attack speed when you get rid of Midas. I think maybe like a Moon Shard or something like that instead.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, it's tough to say what their team is aiming for. Like, Monkey King has insane damage, so maybe the control choice is the best with the 2 ghouls. I think that has a lot of value.
Oh, they're smoked up. They're going for it. Mars ult on top of a Nyx assassin who's burrowed. Gets swapped out by Pushka. The baby position 5, and DM has to walk away in shame. BKB popped by Epileptic, and he's in their base. What in the world? He force-staffs himself to safety. The time-lapse, I believe, saved somebody here. FN, very low on HP, but the save again, this time from Oracle, keeping him alive for now. Nice Mystic Flare, but after all that, nobody died.
How did Prodigy not lose heroes on that? That was a terrible engage. The Monkey King's tree got cut when Mars blinked in and opened on a Nyx in Burrow. This guy has like 5,000 EHP, Avenge, and 2 Lotuses behind him. The engage itself is not good. Then Silencer goes in, 4 stabs into, or runs into the enemy base, starts hitting people. I think there was an offensive swap ready. Venge could have swapped him to the tier 4s, but really paying attention to saving it only for defensive use here, it looks like. I think that was a missed opportunity from HR. I think VP Prodigy really slipped up there and could have been punished hard.
I think they were just shocked.
I'm
happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's sure. It's like the surprise factor. Like, what the hell is happening? You know,
Oh,
it's crazy.
As much as that did not work out for VPP, DM just jumping in with his balls hanging out. I love that, man. That makes me so happy to see. He doesn't give a shit. Just go in, hope for the best.
Yeah, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not so good.
It's the
they have a ward
right
here.
There.
HR have a good ward.
No, they're gonna
See
go on
everything
top of
that's
the illusion.
happening. Looks like Prodigy aren't finding that. Oh, okay. DM just found it with a spear scout. Nicely done. That's a really important ward to get.
55 minutes, Cinderin.
It could happen.
All right. Do you want to? At what point? Because you know how I get so excited about this, right? Mm-hmm. At what point am I allowed to start theorizing about the neutral items that can drop at 60 minutes? You have to limit
59:30.
59, even with this pause.
Okay, you can talk now. Go ahead.
Please. All right, let's talk about neutral items that could drop at 60 minutes and what would be best. Apex on Silencer, how good would that be?
It would be insane on PL.
Well, yeah, for PL as well. So that was 75 stats for each respective hero. Nyx Assassin can get, I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't combine his Blink Dagger and Meteor Hammer, but Skyfall or
Fallen Sky? Skyfall is a James Bond movie.
Yes,
I know that because I watch
really
movies.
like that. How do you know that? That's shocking.
I just remember. I haven't watched.
You know what they could get is Force Boots. Another dispel for Silence.
Honestly,
That's
Force
a good
Boots on
clean one.
Nyx would be pretty dope this game.
Oh, okay. I just thought of one. And the only reason I know this is because we tested it extensively in our mod, not to bring that up again, but Ballista is so broken on certain heroes, and Silencer would be a great candidate for that item.
Silencer Ballista is really good for sure.
Yes. Very
Is there
strong.
something that makes Mirror Shield crazy here? You could reflect swap, and you could reflect...
How does Mirror Shield work against
toss.
Lotus Orb, Cinder? Is it an infinite loop by
No.
any chance?
It is not.
I'm kidding. I know.
Yeah.
That was come on. Rhetorical, sarcastic question. You're supposed to laugh and pretend it was funny.
I don't have emotions.
I know. Oh, okay. So this is something else we tested. Do you know, maybe I've narrowed it down enough for you, what, in my opinion, is the most broken tier 5 item? Like the best, if you can get it. I think I've asked you this question before.
What do you think is the single best tier 5 item?
Yes.
You think it's Trident, right?
I do think it's Trident, yes. I didn't think so at first, but when I saw it in action, it is ridiculous. But the problem is you have to build it then, right? That's the issue. You have to have S and Y and Kaya, and then you pick up that recipe. And that's why they do that. PP. That is how close it is at 50. Very low.
Oh.
They're gonna
small fraction of your games, probably less than 10%, you go for tier 5 items, right? Way less, maybe less than 2% even. So at some point now, it becomes way more about gut feel than overall experience. You kind of just take a chance and have an expectation of how much damage something does or what you can really get away with. And you just have to 100% trust in the calls of your teammates. Stuff gets crazy now, especially when we get to tier 5 items. But even
this
just
is when
now,
it gets to be the most fun you'll ever have.
there's a rapier on each team. Silencer has refresher, so there's 2 globals. If we get another Roche, there could be 3 globals. And he's playing against all of these saves still. No, it's more I think VP Prodigy just, this refresher orb just gives them so many more plays.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now, if Hellraisers gets Roche and they get Ags, who do you give it to? The Nyx already has one, Weaver already has one, so it's the other three. Other three are quite good. You could make an argument even for the position 5 Venge, because then she can... Oh wait, it's the old Ags. I'm thinking of the old Ags. Never mind.
Yeah, the
25
Fear
now,
is
that
pretty
gives her
nice though.
Fear is good, but it's a position 5 Venge. She might not live, right?
Timber's
So I think
decent.
PL's
He doesn't have much damage
pretty
on
good,
mana.
Are scanning.
Yeah. I don't know, actually. I think maybe you take
none
the
of them
PL one.
are game breaking. Yeah, I think PL is the most important here. So
Yeah,
just given that
I
easy
think so.
access.
Yeah.
All right, only two heroes have no buyback right now. It's Monkey King and Silencer. So in theory, if Hellraisers fights right now and wins, they could crush VPP. But Silencer's about to get his right now, and FN is only 1,000 away. Only. It's actually be pretty difficult to find farm right now. And we are 1.5 minutes until the 60-minute item.
And just showing.
Oh. That balance strike actually lagged the server. Very interested to see this Aghanim Scepter and Wukong command with that crazy cosmetic that's equipped for him.
There's one illusionist Cape Mid just pushing out a whole wave alone.
Yeah, that's PL, man.
It's,
disgusting. I mean, it's not like the one on Monkey King's bad. It's just, it's not even close
Yeah,
to PL.
it's a little bit of a tier difference there.
All right, we're now at 59 minutes. We're almost
Roche is
there.
up.
The T's. Okay, Roche is up with all 4 items. Remember, guys, if they kill him and he comes back again, he drops 5 Divine Rapiers. Gaben sends you an email, personalized, with a video attachment saying your name. In a very
Congratulations,
sensual
you
way.
failed to end the game.
Yes. 4K net worth lead for VPP. That is how close it is at 59.5 minutes. They're going to go into Roche, and this is going to get scary here. Kaysani working on a sheepstick of his own, but wants to hold on to his butt. As Roshan is getting very low. They're going to jump in. They're going to stun the Monkey King. Remember, he has the Divine Ripper, but no more Aegis. We'll pop the BKB along with the Wukong's command. They're going to delete the PL, who buys back instantly. But that is one
so
global
much for
silence. He has used the refresher. He used both, actually.
Yeah.
Aegis is coming up. There's a swap. Stolen pick. Snatch the Aegis. The buyback, of course, from the PL. He has come and told that Aegis has already been used. We have to keep track of this Aghanim Scepter and refresher very shortly, but the fight will commence. They need to kill this PL, and they will likely win this game. FN with a huge boundless strike deletes the PL again, and that could do it. He rage quits out of the game. We're not going to see 60-minute items. The game is over.
They were tunnel visioning so hard on that Monkey King. They ran past on the way in there. They got full on.
an interview?
I believe so.
Do we have some?
It's a surprise interview.
Oh!
Hey, Mid One and Topson. Hello, boys. How's it going? Can you hear us? How's it going? Can you hear us?
It's on, guys. Hi.
Yeah. What's up?
Not much. We just we're ready to watch OG play OG Seed. Who are you backing in this one? Be honest. From the fathers. Have the sons learned enough from the fathers? Did they stand a chance?
Have any chance? So.
Confidence. All right. Well, I wanted to start off like talking a little non-Dota stuff because backstories are behind people and where they would be if it wasn't for the wonderful game that's Dota. Mid One, you studied mechanical engineering, right? Like, if it wasn't for Dota, what do you think you'd be doing right now?
I'm not sure actually. I don't know if I want to be an engineer, but I don't think I can. I don't know. Probably, I guess.
Some business.
Yeah, engineer is very boring, I guess. I'm not into that.
Man, I feel you.
We've all been there, right? Like, we all go down that path, we study something, and then we realize we hate it. Topson, of course, could always just become a supermodel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen your Instagram stories, dude. Like, you're buffed. Does that help you? I really want to ask, like, TI winner, do you think that physical shape, you know, being in shape and all that helps you in Dota as well, or you just do it for the gram?
I mean, to be honest, I don't do much anything, like just like very basic stuff, like just do push-ups and you can, or whatever, pull-ups. Sometimes when you feel like you go to the gym, but it's mostly just for when you're like want to take some time off from Dota, and like it feels good afterwards. You feel good playing Dota afterwards. Like, it's just a nice like break from the game. Yeah.
Some people don't need to put much effort in. By the way, Topson, I noticed you got your whole own merch shop. Like, how is that, like, starting your own business essentially, right? Because it's kind of a side gig. How did you get to that? How did that kick off?
It was an idea from my older brother, and we talked about it quite a bit, and we had a plan that one player it's not gonna, it can't last for too long, so it's good to have some kind of backup plan. Maybe become a streamer, like have some kind of something like that going on, and I thought it was interesting to try. And I mean, to be honest, I've been very lazy with it, and I should do more. But yeah, maybe eventually it will be a bit bigger, and I mean, hopefully, yeah, that's kind of just see kind of what it is like, and just trying out things. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, expanding your roots. What's happening with the mid lane? How do you feel? Let's open up as Mid One can go first. Like, how do you feel about your current roster? How do you feel about the potential? Is the team chemistry good?
I think I just started playing with Seb like 2 days ago. Secret was the first match. I think we're still kind of figuring out stuff, like building up our chemistry. I think it should only take a little time to make it work. I think our chemistry should be good. Like, the way we look at the game, I think should be on the same page by now. And we talk about stuff together. Yeah, basically, I think we have good chemistry. It's not the best yet, but it's there, I think.
And what about that ping, man? You played with
it's a myth.
You played with 200 ping at 3 a.m.
on Void Spirit.
On Void Spirit, and you owned like.
Was it?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but ping should make you weaker, not stronger, or.
Someone molded it.
Maybe playing Secret made me stronger. I don't know.
Oh, that's
vengeance needed. Well, how's Topson feeling though? Like, sitting on the sideline, just watching right now. Like, Are you really frustrated? Do you actually want to be involved in playing?
Yeah, of course. I want to get involved, and hopefully in the upcoming weeks I can fly to Europe. I mean, there's some things that have been an issue, that instead of flying to Europe, and it was a hard decision to stay here, but I believe it was the correct one. But I really hope to get back in there as
Всем, ребят, еще раз привет. Перемещаемся к следующей игре сегодняшнего дня. Это OG. Первая команда против второй команды. OG City. Через 10 секунд начнутся пики. Так, что вы там пишете в чате? Во сколько начало? Сейчас начало.
Five seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Combinations, and then you're trying to actually
played in a bunch of tournaments, but really...
You're really selling yourself up. Now
really
tell me more.
Really struggled overall with most of my teams, and I've been at that point many times in which you try the stuff that's good, you know, and then you fail with it, and your drafter is pissed, and then he's drafting the stuff that isn't good because perhaps
you're complaining at him. And
OGC, truth be told, they had a couple of those games in which their draft wasn't way too solid, so let's not say that their morale is completely devastated. I think the team
they're looking for the...
Yeah, they're pretty solid still. They had that exact two heroes that they banned out, Pagna plus Pango. They played it on the same lane in the last game versus Alliance. Then they played something like Jug Wyvern on the safe lane. There was pretty much very low synergy overall on their map, and that was probably one of their worst performances so far. But let's see if Void Spirit is going to be banned out.
Yeah, because Chessy plays a lot of Void Spirit.
It's not only Chessy, man. Mid1 plays it with 200 ping and owns.
This is true.
Yeah, this hero should be very highly contested in this current game, for sure.
Yeah, that's something that I wanted to touch on. Like, they gave mid1 looked really good with an aggressive hero. I guess ping doesn't affect you that much if you're an aggressive hero because you're the one making the plays. But then when he was on the Dazzle, we saw that sometimes he didn't. Probably because of the ping. So I guess if you're on the offensive...
but Dazzle, you know what as well? Dazzle is very difficult when it comes to Graves, at least.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying.
To play with high ping, that can be
defensive,
problematic.
Because I would like them to put him on an aggressive hero so that he's the one initiating. So then you just click all your buttons and the game does the rest.
And it's done for you. Yeah, that's how you deal with ping. You just kill everything, right?
You just click the buttons and the game does the rest. It never
Close your eyes, just go on autopilot. And we have opened up the draft, and on the side of OGC, they have picked up the Chen.
5 seconds
Pretty
remaining.
popular hero at the moment.
Pretty popular for both teams, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a deny pick. Get it for yourself. They banned out the AA, so No-Tail's not gonna get his favorite hero right now. But I guess you counter the push with the team fight. Phoenix is definitely something that brings you good team fight. We usually see it paired with the Mars, but since they don't pick it instantly, they might be thinking about something else.
Maybe you're considering like, well, if we don't pick the Mars now, then they're not going to get it. Then we force that ban. Maybe opens up something else in the second phase
5
instead.
seconds remaining.
Do you think they're safe to just get like a flexible 3-2 right now on the side of OG? Maybe don't reveal your whole hand in the first phase, right?
You could go with Phoenix Mars. I think it's solid. You can pick something different versus the China as well, but Phoenix Mars right now is on a very high win rate when it comes to duo of heroes, and I think it's a solid pick. They go with the monkey.
That's a pretty early monkey.
I mean, they have many players that can play the monkey as well, so it's pretty much a flex pick. It counters most of melee heroes in the lane, so hasn't been banned out. So maybe that's also one of the reasons why the monkey is picked. And I would like the Mars. Honestly, I've went into the data and the stats.
The stats. Are they not lying today?
Yeah, overall, Phoenix and Mars have a pretty good win rate with them, and Mars is one of the highest heroes as well.
This is a good one. Speaking of stats, Jibe so far is undefeated on Beastmaster. Played it 3 times this tournament, hasn't lost a single game.
So they actually, all 3 games they won, they played Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be mean, for real. Like, I'm just, Beastmaster. They play well around it. They have a lot of creeps here as well. You have the Beastmaster Chen combo, which is something that I really like quite a lot. But one extra thing that this Beastmaster brings to them is the attack speed versus the egg. It works versus the Phoenix in a pretty weird way, in which you can't attack it yourself. Your melee, it can be problematic, but at the same time, you buff up all your allies. So if everyone can nag one of those hits, the egg falls.
Also, one thing is that you can scout out the Monkey King in the trees and actually bring him down, so that's another one.
Yeah, that's great, actually.
Right? So if you kill him before the ulti, that's definitely good. And of course, the obvious synergy between the Chen and the Beastmaster. And also, like you said, Monkey King beats most of the melee guys in the board slow you down and you can't really get to him. So
it's pretty much from the level 3, right? The thing about Monkey Beastmaster, Monkey likes that level 3. He wants to have level 2 Jingle Mastery, but the same is for Beastmaster. It's a really, if they lane one versus another, it's all about that race to the level 3. Who gets that there faster might actually
jump immediately to go for it.
Could go ahead in the lane. Klink's ban, though, what do you guys think about this? Has been around for a few days now. Has been picked by Crit in almost every single games in pubs.
I like it as a 4 or 5 personally. The right way to do it.
I mean, it's interesting, to be honest, because you have a Chen, you have a Beastmaster, so you can eat your creep. It's definitely valuable that way. If you have a hero that's strong in the meta, and actually you can find a place for him that he's always going to have impact. Let's say, like Crystal Maiden will always give you an aura. Here, he will always eat the creep. So I guess if he has that kind of an impact and is strong in the meta, you just ban it out. You don't want to play against it.
That's a Treant Phoenix combo right there, boys.
Yeah, that's a Treant Phoenix. Something that Liquid plays quite a lot. I mean, any team can play Treant Phoenix.
You just press your buttons and watch everyone die, right?
Exactly. It's pretty good. You just have that very easy combo to execute. You have the root plus the egg. Also, you have Treant that has been played by Seb even on 3, right? Like on position 3. That is, he played it quite often.
The leaders on that.
I don't know if it's necessarily as strong now as it used to be on offlane. Could work, but I think position 4 is pretty much where everyone likes to play it, and that's where it shines the most, as you're able to play off the map. You're constantly able to creep skip. One problem might come in the laning stage itself, because it's playing versus a Beastmaster, right?
though you can put the Phoenix 5 and the 4-3. It's not like it doesn't have to be.
No, I mean you can just go on one lane, throw the axes, cut the trees, go to the other. It can be a little bit difficult, but usually you find a way. Like Nicola said, you find a way to work against that. But now they have two. Now they have two ways of dealing with those trees. You have a Batrider versus Monkey King. Overall, from OG Seed, I dig the first 3 picks. I really like them.
Yeah, they're definitely really good. But I also like this tree. There's also one more thing that whenever I saw Beastmaster and the Lycan combo, it just destroyed. Treant is one of the best heroes against the Lycan. So we are not going to be seeing it most likely. The Batrider is just insane here. The only thing is that if it's going to be, I would like to see it in mid, right? Because position 4 Batrider with the Beast doesn't look the best. And you would like a core that can actually be aggressive with the Batrider in the lane. So I'd like to see it on mid.
I mean, right now you're looking at your lanes and you're trying to find the right way for the Batrider. You also have 2 last picks, so you can pick your mid accordingly together with your safe laner, right? But overall, I wouldn't mind the mid Batrider at all. I would, as long as he's dodging the Abaddon, right? That's what you're thinking about. Right now, Abba, it's a pretty solid pick because it counters Bat. Now, OG are also flexible. If you look at it, this Phoenix, this Tree, and this Abaddon can be all played on 5, 4, and 3. So you have a very high possibility of just switching things up, putting that Abaddon on 5 if the lane is correct, and then dealing with the Batrider that way. So
we did see an Abaddon played in the 1 position. Do you think there's any concern of that occurring here?
Of course. Abba can be your 1 as well. It's a possibility. But this Abba pick is amazing here. Like, not only versus the Bat, you also can deal with the Roar very easily. It was a really, really good pick for OG.
So what do OG Seed need to respond with right now? Because, you know, up to that point, it was like, well, you can't get an Oracle. Abaddon was the obvious one, and as you said, it's counted a big chunk of their draft.
I mean, I wouldn't mind something like a troll just to deal with the... Okay, they go for a Slark, just to deal with some potential illusion-based hero in OG. Because let's say they pick a PL and send it mid against the Bat. They do have the overall last pick. So something like that is something OG Seed cannot deal with. And OG has enough of a team fight to actually defend some of these towers. We also didn't touch on the fact that OG Seed can push, and you have a Treant with the buffed up towers. It's actually a big problem.
I guess like right now, maybe the PL isn't too much in your thought process because OG already banned out the Naga, and if that's a big concern, OG Seed can always get rid of the PL in the final phase.
Yeah, I think it would be a decent ban for OG Seed. We didn't really talk about the Slark. I love when OG Seed goes for these win conditions on Madara. I really love that because I see them sometimes giving these I don't know, Ember Spirits, Monkey Kings, and then they pretty much end up with 2 playmakers. Chassis is playing his Void Spirit or whatnot, Madara his Ember or Monkey, and they're just constantly fighting across the map while the enemy position 1 is actually getting ready to win that late game, right? Slark allows them to have a decent laning stage if Abaddon is on the offlane. He's one of those heroes that doesn't really care too much about the Photic Shield. You also have Dispel versus the Fire Spirits, and you have a hero that obviously has a very high attack speed, which can come in handy versus that tag.
Yeah, and definitely the aura complements him quite a lot because he's going to get more stacks. So it looks like a really good pick. But to me, now that I really don't want to see a Batrider Beast lane, though against the Monkey King Phoenix, it can work, I guess, and it can destroy them. So I guess it's still flexible. Scratch that. It can be a Bat anywhere. So OG Seed now, they have definitely an open draft. They can put Batrider mid, or they can put it on 4, and they can definitely see how they would like to round it up, though they do not have a last pick. So
yep. So my problem with Batrider being mid here is if he doesn't have a lane that he's going to crush mid, you're not crushing the mid lane, you're giving a huge farm priority to a Batrider who's then later on countered by Abaddon, who can be any given position, right? And because of that, perhaps it's not really the optimal choice, but we'll see. They can still flex it either way. They still have their last pick here.
You know what's my take on it? If you have a support Batrider, it's definitely not going to do anything against the Abaddon. But like core Batrider, if he has items, he could potentially do something in this game because he's gonna be fat, he's gonna put out a lot of stacks and then just fly over everyone. You can't really save everyone. So that's how I looked at it, because if, okay, they go for a puck, so it's most likely gonna be a support Batrider.
They played a lot of 4 puck as well.
Okay.
Most likely it's that mid lane, right, for Chelsea that we've been waiting for. In the past he had some really good puck games, so we'll see. It gives them a lot of catch to work with. You have some pretty solid team fight right now, gives you some burst as well, magical burst that you definitely did need.
Well, it looks like OGC want to play really fast right now. So OG, are you trying to match that tempo or just trying to like wade the storm and come out the uphill?
Just the Void Spirit. I'm surprised actually that OGC didn't go for this earlier. I love to see Chelsea on the Void Spirit. I think the player is very talented, and then when you give him a hero that's in his full comfort zone, he just shines. And with Void Spirit, he's had maybe one bad game so far that he was playing versus a co-op when they countered him, and that was probably his most difficult game of the tournament so far. Every other Void Spirit game was good, but for OG, man, every Void Spirit game was pretty good as well, but one Moonman with 200 ping owns Secret.
Yeah. Well, boys, who are you siding with here right now? Are you in favor of this final pick Void Spirit, or has OGC got a chance in hell?
To be honest, like, here's how I look at it. We have OG, who has superior team fight, definitely, and on the other hand, we have a lineup that's actually going to snowball. So to me, I don't think that OGC have what it takes to win the game 25 minutes in, so I'm going to go with OG.
Is it really that difficult to go with OG? I guess they didn't teach them everything they have. They have the superior team fight, like he said. They have Abed versus Beast and Bat, so yeah.
Oof. Well, it seems like there's maybe only misery for OGC to corner this panel. But speaking of misery, we've got him on the line aside Toby to take us away with the commentary for this game. How about it, lads?
Thank you very much for the very smooth transition. How do you feel, Misery? Where do you come down on the side of the fence?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good Slack game still. It is a core Treant, so I don't really know how that top lane is going to go. Treant is pretty strong laner, I'd say. Like, he has 100 damage, right, level 1, so it might be a tough lane early on. But, nonetheless, I do think it's a free Slack game. So I think there's a good chance OGC can make it very annoying for OG to play this game. But I think both drafts can, it's pretty evenly matched. So we'll have a game.
And that's all I hope for. We have OG versus OGC. We want to have a game. We don't have a draft win or any terrible stuff. Yeah, we'll see if the panel will be right, and we'll see if you're leaning towards Madara as Slack pays off.
Okay, so OGC are Radiant here. It looks like Chen is going top for now. I don't know if they're planning on doing Batrider bot against Treant Phoenix. I guess they might. So basically switching the support's usual lane around. And they have Orb of Venom level 1 on both Abaddon and Treant, looks like, and Monkey King. 3 Orb of Venoms. I'm not sure about that one.
That's a lot of money to be expended.
Like, they're gonna have a support and a core with Orb of Venom in the same lane, level 1. That's. I think
maybe
that might have been a mistake.
It's just the OG member that goes sent around, like Slash got Orb of Venom and quick buy, like it's whatever we can get.
Oh, a nice lane ward by some there, and a nice lane. I think maybe he spotted that Pexu. So we'll see, I guess, if he dewards it. But these lane wards are pretty cool nowadays.
It's about the one on the northern lane, right?
Yeah. You don't see that much on you anymore. Back in the day, these lane wards were like mandatory. You just place the sentry in the lane, you're gonna find a ward almost every time. But nowadays, people don't place those anymore that much.
It's a little quirky. Oh, runes come out. It's gonna be an easy trade-off. It's just a 2 and a 2. Just look for your S's if you're trying to work it out when it comes to bounty runes in the quick thing. How do you actually play this offlane tree and protect? Like, we were talking about it a little bit during the drafting phase, like the OG core tree in the past. How does it play in the current meta, especially in a lane up against Slark?
Well, I think it depends a bit on how your lane goes. I think you have the potential to go multiple points in your Q and E and kind of smash the lane. Or you can max armor and help your team. But I think in most cases, it's probably better to max the armor. Because it's super powerful to have that on. Like, that's the reason why Tree and Core is so good, is because you get that armor online so fast that the enemy can't kill anything on the map.
And instead, Seb's making the most of the Nature's Grasp. Able to get like 3 punches into Madara. That means so much when you got the 660 HP. Also, just pinging out the fact that Chen come and TP down at the bottom. So just a simple lane switch.
Yeah, but they get the better matchup they want against Monkey Phoenix right now, because Chen recall.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see if they're gonna just keep the lanes like this, or what. Seb is getting pretty low here.
And he's actually really low. Oh no, Tel might be able to finish the job by killing off Madara. And I suppose you can be pretty flexible when it comes to your cores. Both Abed and as well as Tree can play around that way. And Notel's not going to run away anytime soon. He's going to keep on top of the Chen. In fact, he might even get himself a courier because coming under the creep wave. It's lucky the tower took the aggro from it, but Notel keeps the run going. My God, he just doesn't want to stop. Dropping his Chen as low as he possibly can, but there's still a south to burn. And we're also talking about something else that was happening. It's like the ping of OG, like how do you play the lane? But I'm looking at mid one, who's 12 for 3 against the 8-1 puck of Chessie. Like, isn't this meant to be difficult playing on 220 ping?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I tested it in the lobby the other day when he was playing in secret, and it's pretty bad. Like, we played NA right from Europe, and I was like playing with 90 to 100 ping, and I thought that was pretty bad. Now he's playing on 200. That's it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and still like standing toe to toe in the lane.
Yeah.
We got TP rotation coming towards the top lane. Looks like Notel wants to try and get the quick switch. I think he understands he has to stand here with the male if he's going to try and stop the presence of Z-Freak. Getting rid of the ball quickly so Sumal can keep the jump going. Zibe, get back to the tower and salve up. And now we have a defensive tri lane here from OG. And Seb's up by himself at level 3 to protect himself on the off lane. Doesn't have like so many available. In fact, they're actually going to bring Phoenix down to the bottom lane to work with the Treant. So lane switcheroos continue.
Yeah, Chen is already level 3. It's like 3.5 as well. So they're doing really well though in the safe lane. And the cool thing here for OGC is that Pixel doesn't have to help the Slack that much, so he can potentially farm and get really farmed himself. That's Madara here.
Fish out.
Missed his response. Actually dies.
That's not what you want to have happen. Not for your safe lane. Not for Madara. Has been such a great momentum force for OGC when they play.
Interesting.
The offlane feels a lot more comfortable for OG once again. Still trying to keep my eyes on this mid lane, like Puck.
Yeah.
And they just keep diving on bottom, but that's what we're going to watch, right? Madara, welcome back to the lane. Seb, he's looking for the regeneration underneath the tower to keep him alive. Seb did sound pretty quickly. That was enough life for him to survive for the moment. And into the trees he goes, and TP all the way home.
Oh, I mean, he died back to back, but luckily for him, he has a recall from Chen. Otherwise, it would be a long walk.
That actually be like crippling in the lane. Zibe is losing so many balls on top, so does not want to stand for any kind of animals in the lane.
But that lane took a drastic turn all of a sudden. They were looking so good up before, and now, yeah, Slack died twice back to back.
And then you get the rune chase as well.
Is under attack.
Oh, nice flame break, Z-Freak. Pushing back Notel. Puck was moving over, doesn't have level 6, didn't have the control available. With the ball slow, maybe Notel. Nah, he's got shields. Sticky Napalm will help with some extra slow, but looks like Z-Freak backed off for half a second. He can get the second one in, but yeah, I keep the chase going. Right now, OG
Dire's middle
looking pretty
tower
good
is under attack.
as far as net worth goes. They're about 800, 700 net worth in front of Seed.
Look at the net worth difference on mid lane. This is insane, actually. Puck has 1600 net worth, and Void has 2.4k.
How is he so far behind? Like, it kind of makes up because Chen's picked up so much net worth from inside the jungle. In fact, almost killing off Seb on the bottom lane, but now Peksu in trouble himself. Mid one, rotates down, gets the kill with the Resonant Pulse.
I guess Puck bought a lot of regen.
Dire's middle tower
Kind
is
of
under
empty
attack.
net worth, right?
Took him
Whereas
forever to
Void-
actually pick up the bottle, yeah.
He even got the runes on Chessie, like the 4-minute rune went to him.
Slark bouncing onto Saxa, but Seb, he's there to help out. He went for the 2 points in Leech Seed and the 2 points in Nature's Grasp, but now Chessie with the double damage room and the Dream Coil. There's no escape for this OG dual off lane now.
Nice rotation from Chessie there. It's really needed for him, for his team as well.
He put himself a lot further back up. Now he's in the top 3 of the net worth. Beastmaster right next to him too.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much salvaged this game, actually. So, for him.
Still though, I say like, oh, you're back in the top 3, but now I'm seeing Void Spirit still sitting so far ahead. Like, it's still 600, 700 net worth in front of Chessie, and you got a big problem in the form of Sumail, the safe lane Monkey King, well ahead of the 1 position Slark by about 500 net worth. It doesn't help when Madara's gone 0-3-3, but he still wants to keep battling. Bottom lane to pounce. It only connects over on the Tree Protector. Seb made sure he stood on top of him, so Madara couldn't get the jump away. But Peksu wants some more help. Steve Freak will arrive, but Seb's got raindrops as well as 7-1 charges. That's a difficult kill to claim, and you've got an extra rotation coming in. Mid one's walked himself to this bottom lane to try and help out his Phoenix. 1 charge has come up, getting a little bit more time to survive for Saxa to get back into his tier 1 tower. Well, he will be able to live while Peksu's TP cannot complete because mid one once again is down here on the bottom lane. Is there another controller? There's a punch, there's a slow. Z-Freak need a little bit more damage to do him underneath the tower. They will dive forward, and mid one more hit will do it. Getting a double kill in this offlane.
We have the angry treant.
OG is so efficient on all their other lanes too. Sumail's already gone off the top lane to take mid, so Notel can sit on the top against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, it looks really good for OG right now, obviously. This treant is kind of a monster. He's hard to fight into right now. If he doesn't get these kills and doesn't like snowball further, it is maybe
Notel goes down.
Yeah, top.
Dream Call's being committed. I think he's so close to having shield. It was 3 mana points. It's all Notel required to have his Aphotic shield up and running. Maybe then he could have done something under the tower, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
Jesse finds the kill.
Treant TP top here, and they saw it. So I don't know if they're gonna look to dive him here.
Just walking out.
Seb is just gonna
walk through the trees, let the overgrowth go. At the same time, Chessie was busy farming over on the side, but the Chen stun will be there, and Chessie, he's still got the orb damage, so Seb will end up going down. TP arrives from Notel, but it's all too late. Trade-off is OG claiming the tier 1 tower under the bottom lane. That's a pretty heavy trade to lose your tree, and maybe even now Abaddon. The Beastmaster Hawk is sitting up behind it. So a quick silence, another follow-up stun from Peksu. Chen micro and second stomp is able to get the kill at mid one. Now looking for his own fight, quickly picking off the Chen, looking to turn his target attention over towards somebody else, but who clean up the wave, keep the tier 1 tower alive. Phoenix will TP in, and Sumail is now joined in the fight. Z-Freak will be the new target. The Centaur has a stun, able to get both of them caught out, but doesn't stop mid one from Astral stepping forward. They still need to be able to claim this outpost. As Centaur wants to get the extra stun. They're remedying so we can't actually land a stun in time and interrupt them. So it will be one outpost. Actually, yeah, only outpost for Dire's side.
Yeah, it's really nice for OG. I mean, they defended their safe lane tower and took the enemy safe lane tower. So the map is like really small for OG's T right now. Puck got to kind of salvage this game doing all that though.
Let's keep going again.
one problem I think OGT is gonna run into is this Batrider hero, like +4. It's kind of hard to, there's already an Abed on an enemy team, right? He's level 5, 10.5 minutes in. I don't know, it's pretty hard to play for him, I think, to have impact. But we'll see. Because like a lot of the farm is gonna be taken by the Puck and the Slark and basically his whole team, right?
Is that when you class the OG seed lineup being a little bit more greedier just because of that?
I don't know if it looks more greedy now because of the way perhaps
the lanes have played out.
Yeah.
Good dream call, catching out 2. Once again, Z-Freak looking for a target. He's going to find Void Spirit in the back lines, but that's exactly what Z-Freak wants. It's just distraction while the T1 tower continues to be pressured. Mid-1 just takes a solo kill. Z-Freak was going a little rogue. Well away from the rest of his team. Beastmaster lets the roll go. The orb will fly forward. They need to get a quick little rift silence in, but the root, Chessie just can't move forward, and with Phoenix done dropping, Zibe will fall with it. Oh, OG seed. Having some hard time with tempo to try to do all of this without the Slark. OG have brought all 5 heroes to this mid lane to take the battle to defend their tier 1 tower. And now Batrider's going to TP back in underneath Seb. And now Samael also jumps into the back line. It's like, well, you want TP forward and in fact cancel the TP. Now you're down a couple of players. The Dream Call is huge. It catches so many of these heroes, but it won't matter if they just stand underneath the Sun Ray of Phoenix and get all their life back again. OG Seed, they need to do some damage. The Flame Break will help with this, pushing everyone away. A little bit of dot mid-1 feels a little too deep underneath the tier 1 tower. Chessie's finally being killed off by Samael, who jumps up on the tree, ready to find once again into the tier 1 tower. The axis from Sebe just a second too late to cut Samael down. We've ended up with that 5-on-5. Madara forced into the fight before his Diffuser Blade is being completed.
Yeah, there's so much sustain on OG with this Abaddon. They kind of have to time their spells. Like, they have to try to burst people down, or they're just not gonna kill anyone.
Right, where do you get that burst damage from? Like,
yeah,
we've seen it from Puck before, but is that enough?
No, they're kind of playing minus a hero, no matter how you look at it. You know, they have this kind of useless Batrider, then they also have a Slark who's not really ready to fight. So maybe realistically, it's better to not fight and try to split the map
until you can get like a pick off, maybe.
Get the Diffuser Blade on Slark. Get, you know, whatever. I guess he's going Blink on Puck first item. That's fine, but just get those core items up on your heroes. Get some levels on Bat, and then try to come together. OG's catch is pretty limited. They only have mid-1 pretty much, and he's rushing Aghanims, so there won't be any Euls or anything. So I think that's how you kind of have to play the game from now.
Oh, OG, they're bringing players up to the top lane. 3 heroes together under their own orbs and sentries, so they feel pretty comfortable, no doubt about it.
Recall bottom.
Okay.
At step here. Doesn't have a TP even, so he should go down.
Yeah, really caught heavily in the trees. He's got over. Rose tried to let it off there for half a second. The silence from Chest will cancel it. Now the overgrowth will go. And he should go down, but it's Pexa who's dying to the creep wave. He has to now turn around and deal with this. In fact, Seb wants to have his own fight. Who's really initiating this one? Chessie, trying to orb himself away to safety, will be successful. Mid-one's hunting Madara in the mid lane, or vice versa, depends how you look at it.
Guess he's not going down, he's just gonna continue to farm. Pretty rough.
This is the way OG works, right? Like, you think you actually have something, you've got nothing. Madara, I'm uncertain about this Madara. He jumps in, he's gonna pounce himself away, but mid-1 will stay with you, so will Samael with the big stick. Slapped it right across Madara's face, and now the tier 1 tower should go the way of OG, but you know OG want a little bit more. Samael getting sent up by the Chen creep. He's thinking about the Wukong's command, but pulls it back in again.
Has been killed.
And Z-Freak's stopping the push. He's pulling the creep wave back, sniping off Britel's courier, and now he's gonna lose his life. Wait, oh! I thought he was gonna pick up the bounty rune, but I guess not.
They keep their mid tower alive for now, which is something.
From the void.
Yeah, and buying space. Diffuser Blade is now 700 gold away.
Silence.
They go in once again. Chessie, nice face shift. This time he'll actually dodge the boundless strike, but I don't know if he gets out this one alive. The Dream Coil's being planted, 4 stacks up on the Jingu, but my god, how do you get away from this Phoenix with Aurora in the back line? Zivi's been blocked up by Seb, can't get back to the tier 2 tower mid one with the easy jump out. And now the tier 1 tower in mid will fall. OGC have done everything they can to buy it time. Time's up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they do get the top tower. That's a plus for them for sure. Slack gets a lot of space. I feel like they could have done that before. It's trade-off with the mid tower and top tower. But they kept insisting on fighting mid lane.
Oh no. Samael. You'll see Pexu jumps up to the trees, wants to bounce back down again, and Chen, well, he's worked so hard to get this army up and running and create space for Madara. I suppose the space does pay off. Diffuser Blade is now fully completed.
Greetings!
But OG Seed, we've seen this from them in previous series as well, like always pushing the lanes out. Find some lane clearers. Ace Rune of mid one, however, that's very difficult to escape. He'll step himself forward and Z-Freak knows he's dead. But of course, they don't want to lose Chessie as well. Beastmaster wanting the Roar. In fact, it's just the stun from the stun from the Centaur, the neutral. Forces him out to come out of his Wukong's command to keep looking for these kills. Debate does not have Roar up just yet. 10 seconds on cooldown. The Dream Coil will buy them that extra space and time as Madara can stand his ground. The Hand of God gives him the life to fight. And Samael will drop and they get away. OG Seed from the Phoenix Egg. And now they'll look to re-engage. Many stuns available from the Chen. Beastmaster's has to hit this initial roar and then follow up Void Spirit. The silence is there. The control. The pounds into the back lines. Abaddon had no pro time left. And now Zuxa, he's trying to Icarus dive himself away to safety, but he comes all the way back over again. Almost full distraction. The Mud Golem has no stun available. They want to catch mid one. He's going to get back to the tier 2 tower. A quick little rift to give the silence and the flame break bounce around. The mid one's away to safety. But they get the rebuttal tower into the mid. And OG Seed, they wanted to fight before, and well, this is the result they were looking for.
Yeah, they might get the Chessie. Oh,
they do, and they'll get more. The mid tower is at least taken by Zive.
Yeah. It's nice that you can get the tower here at least, so it doesn't get healed up by Treant, and then you'll never see it, low again. So that's definitely a plus, even though they lost 2 heroes. But you definitely see that they have the potential to win this game just by having the Slark in the game, just stacking up essence shift charges, and it's hard for them to ever kill this hero.
It's under attack.
They just need, it feels like Madara needs more space to be created, and a lot of it has been created, but OG just keeps coming at you. Like, you got Roars, you got Lassos, maybe with the Blink initiation, things change up a little bit more. Sustain from Pexu worked really well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But OG's taking over the top lane now. Let's see our Seed want to reply.
They're gonna continue to fight it.
Bounce up. With the stun, Beastmaster saying, on top of that Dire Arms Ward, he's at least able to get his Roar off in time, and the Lasso pulling Samael off towards the side. You still lose the Beastmaster, and Madara caught underneath the egg. No easy way to just jump away. And that's problematic. Even the Courier of Pexu being a little bit mismicro is going to come over the top of the Dire lineup, trying to get towards this Chen. He'll lose the boots of Chen, as he will also die.
Yeah, I'm not sure why OG Seed insists on continuing to fight like this. Original OG has just better fight at this point with Abaddon and Treant. I think it would be much better for them if they try to cut waves and play around with your mobile heroes, right? You have 3 of them. You have Bat, Puck, they can all just dodge and kill waves and pressure.
They were doing that. They were doing that for like 10 minutes, but is this just the pressure of actually playing against your parent team against OG? You know what these guys are. They're 2x TI champions. Do you just not thinking clearly?
I don't know. It feels like they're not playing as if they have the heroes they have. Their heroes are better when they're splitting up the enemy. They're not good at 5-on-5, right? At this point, at least compared to OG's heroes, they're not really. Not right now, at least. Later on, perhaps when they have more levels and items, but for now, they need to get their heroes a better game. Like this better has just tranquil boots, right?
Samel's down on bottom. Seb's gonna get the catch over on Chessie, but Samel wants to play against Pexu. That John is almost something you didn't want to have to do, but man, Madara got pulled into this. Maybe he can kill off Samel if they can work with Z-Freak. The damage inside the Wukong's command, Z-Freak doesn't even reach him. He at least bought some distraction. A quick pounce away, getting out of range. Oh, no time, but Suxer will arrive and Madara is dead. Caught inside the tree. Zibe's now here. He's like, wait, I made a mistake. I didn't want to have anything to do with this one. No tell, please don't hurt me. The borrowed time's going to give him his life back. Seb, he's got Blink Dagger, ready to jump forward to get the extra control. The Supernova even being planted. Chessy's back on the front lines once again. He just wants to jaunt away to safety. Oh my God, OG. That's some balls to bring Madara into that fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he died, but any kill is nice for OD right now.
Chessie? Oh, you got a 4-man Dream Coil and combining it with the split shot of the tower. That'll do well. Nortel has fallen down, but got Chessie caught in the green lines. And Lasso pulling back Seb back towards the tower, but it's still not on anywhere near enough damage. There's no follow-up to Z-Freak's control, and now it's the two supports who are chasing OG's line up forward, and they want to do it because they're right underneath that outpost, controlled by the Radiant side. Slark hoping for a pounce, but the Remnant control of mid one buys him that space to get a little bit further away, and Madara just cannot run through the Nature's Grasp and continue at the speed he wants to. Well, Seb. Okay, when are you ever going to slow this game down so Misery gets some time? Nortel underneath the Sentry Ward. Actually, whoops, okay. Madara, extra life. It's your overgrowth, Madara, the Hand of God. They're trying to get the life into the Slark, but it's just not there. Chen's gone, Slark's gone. And another jump forward can actually close the distance on Zibe. They got the Spirit Vessel on him. He's going to get back to his tier 2 tower. Chessie will arrive. There's no Dream Call available, and it looks like Samel just wants to keep going. A quick rift from Chessie at least gets a quick silence, and they'll both get back out to safe.
Good, mid one is 10-0-10 right now.
220 to a 10-0-10. Love it.
There we go, Z-Freak. Cut those waves.
That's the plan, right? If you're OG, you said it before. That's the way you got to play it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They see Zibe going on top here. He's getting hunted by all of OG right now.
OG smokes so fast. Nortel's even going to kill the courier on the way back out of it. He can do that as a melee hero, just chasing him down. Zibe's going to make a break for the tree line as quick as he can. And Seb doesn't have overgrowth, so yeah, his TPR will be successful. Can't say the same for the life of Chen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This game's just escalated over the last 15 minutes into pure fighting. I don't think they're done just yet. Madara's going to show himself on bottom, but Samel's ready to jump. Trying to work with Abed, but the boundless strike from Samel, missing that initial stun. A quick smoke from OG, Seed, Chessie, and Z-Freak. They're using it just to escape. You still have Shadow Dance available from the Slark, and maybe it is time just to do that and TP back out again, and the overgrowth doesn't actually catch him.
Nope, he's out. Now they're going on mid one here.
Lasso. This is a hard target to kill off.
It's under attack.
That's a Void Spirit ready to jump up, down to the side. Yep, can't predict that one.
He's so high level, so farmed.
They're able to clean up the waves like you were asking for. Another boundless strike from Samel, but it's against Puck. Very slippery. Just wants to phase shift, jaunt away. He's got his Blink Dagger off cooldown as well. Back into the safety of, I don't want to say safety of the Beastmaster vision.
So they avoided them for a bit now. OG TP'd a lot of heroes bottom, chased them across the map, OG style, and now they have to kind of deal with their lanes a bit. So Samel's looking top, Saxa mid, and I imagine they're gonna shortly start running at them again. Probably take the high ground where Chen is at right now. Yep, there we go.
As you say, the 3-man smoke up. Who's gonna be initiated on? Courier's floating around. You've got a Chen to the north. It's going to be Z-Freak who's moving to the trees. Mid one able to close the distance. He also sets him up. Easy Remnant.
And even just turn on the stun ray for a little bit more burn.
Not nevermore.
Oh, Madara, get home, get home, get home. Okay, I really thought OG were gonna jump him, but I guess I didn't have the control to kill him off.
So they force Tree and TP top. He's gonna set up here.
And here comes Samel. Blink forward from Deb, hits the overgrowth on Pexu and Zibe. Samel trying to get there in time for his own fight. The roll will create a little bit of extra space. But Zaxa completes his TP up towards the top. Zibe is at least able to have a little bit of help from the Centaur stun of Chen. Now just done his job and dies in the trees.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He canceled his TV. He didn't think he could make it, I guess, but... Yeah, it feels like a hard game for OGC. Like no matter what they do now, you know, OG can just run at them and then TP back and catch them as well. This Trian has done a lot of work for OG this game.
Set being useful across the map.
Bringing back the core Trian.
Hell yeah. This is how these guys win TIs. And now they're going to take Roshan. All you could really do is like, he's trying to push out the side. Z-Freak's nearby. He's going to Firefly and come towards the pit. A quick flame break. Yep. A couple of items being dropped around. Get the hell out of there. Z-Freak set blinks up. You know OG, if they smell blood and water, they circle like sharks. And Z-Freak is definitely dead. And now OG can look for a push. They smoke up, and they're already coming.
Yep. And, I mean... I imagine that OGC should get out of here in time. This is a pretty slow smoke. Should see it coming. But, you know, where do you go from there? You know, you're gonna have to go to where your puck is now and try to push out this lane together.
Well, Madara is looking at the bottom lane, but I think he just wants... Sumail's pounce forward. I actually almost saw him. If Madara didn't pounce himself and then TP, he would be dead right now, and he's trying to get to the BKB. He just needs the Yoga Club. Bottom lane, Pexu. Caught out once again. Aghanim Scepters galore. You got one on Abed one, you got one on Sumail. And Pexu at least can keep his army alive. That's one upside. Madara's just begging for space to finish. Actually, he's finished the BKB. It's coming on the courier now.
Yeah, that's something. And they have Beast Auras, they have Chen Auras. They almost have a blink on Z-Freak. Although I'm not sure it's gonna do that much in this particular game. But,
hey, but this is what we do, Misery. When a game's one-sided, you just look at the positives for the team.
Sure.
What can they work with?
Not over.
Actually, what's that win percentage at? Okay, it's 1%. 1% for OGC. Hold on to that one.
How do I
shouldn't have looked.
How do I see them?
Hit F8.
Okay.
At least that's what it is by default. Bottom lane. Oh, bad right, no! Oh, Pexu just put him down here. Z-Freak's like, yes, I can finally come home and pick up my Blink Dagger. But now he's dead for half a minute without buyback available.
They don't have creep waves anywhere though.
It's all been split, pushed back out again. Yeah, all the creep waves are almost over the river. Only the bottom lane is the one that hasn't reached the river yet, but Madara's doing everything he can about it. Gives space. Beastmaster up on top. He's got Vlads and Dom. I'm actually seeing a courier sitting on the side of Puck. He's about to pick up an Aghanim Scepter. As long as he can get back home safely, they're going to be bags for this fight. Blink Dagger as well. This is it, OGC. It's now or never.
Radiant structures are
See that lasso, Z-Freak.
Who's going to get those? Samel's the only one presenting himself. Supposed to be a small window of opportunity when Nota puts shields up, but Madara starts off the fight. Mid one jumps in as he gets a good silence in the back lines. Mid one not caught by that. Oh no, Jesse! Oh, there goes his life with no buyback about the Aghanim Scepter. So the Dream Call got to be used, but not really effective. And Z-Freak still can't find his target with a Wukong commander out from Samel. OG have all the protection they need to finish up this mid-racks, and they're just hoping for someone to come close enough to kill. This really isn't a pullback. You know it's not. Madara tried to come around the side. It was just a bait. You could feel it. OG still want to fight.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think even if Bat were to blink last of the Monkey King, he would probably die to the Aghanim solutions. Just echo sabering him.
That's a very sad reality.
Yeah.
Like the best thing you can do is what cancel Wukong, and that's only if it's on the edge. You got no force staffs to get you further back faster. Now the Monkey King has his bash, even stronger. Looking for a new target. Next over on the Beastmaster. This was OGC looking to come out. The Raw, they just break him. Tal was already there, but you can't break him free a second time. The lasso, no Fierce will come in to help do that. Bad Rider will get caught out. And lose Beastmaster in the back lines because Void Spirit. Okay, Dream Coil. Get back up the hill, but the Overgrowth, clumsiness, or control everywhere. So you know it's the OGC boys who are about to go down. Madara standing his ground, using that BKB as best he can to at least claim one kill over on the Phoenix. But OG are just way too maneuverable. Okay, that's just quirky. Don't cut down trees that your Monkey King wants to jump up on. Madara's on the run, but pulled back into the Remnant. Ziba, he knows there's nothing he can do. Cannon's trying to help out by standing nice and close, but mid one will start fountain diving. The Aegis Immortal will time out, but it already feels like this game is over. The only thing that's going to probably finish this is if OGC have no more buybacks available, and OG will bleed that tank. Chessie's jumped in once again. Madara has to pounce back out once again. And GG is called. 45 to 11 in 32 minutes. OG very strongly claimed game one of this series.
Yeah. Very. It was a game, like I said.
It was a game. I cannot deny it is a game.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban.
Going to do that right now as the draft is ready. We're in the first ban phase.
The norm once again, and perhaps squeezing that bristleback or Timbersaw, whatever you find necessary. In the last game, we did see the Bristle Shadow Demon banned out. Phoenix is obviously a problem, but there's just way too many heroes right now that need to be banned out. And for Phoenix, at least you can think about counters, right? You can think about these heroes that actually work well against him, these built-in BKBs. They've played the Juggernaut before as well. It's one of those heroes that's pretty decent versus the Egg too. Slark was also decent, Beastmaster was decent. It's just the way they play their draft.
It's getting back on the horse, right? They've been knocked down so many times, and that's usually the biggest challenge these teams. That's why we so often see teams shuffle quickly. It's
really something that Misery said during at the beginning of the draft with Toby. He's like, we're gonna have a game. At the end, I don't think they put up a game. Like you said, they didn't have a fighting chance. They never put up the game because if you remember OG versus Secret and why we loved that series so much is because both of these teams are playing to their strengths and they're trying to win according to the strategy that's necessary for them to win. OG Seed in that last match didn't utilize their strategy, didn't utilize their heroes properly, and whatever they pick, I just wish they do that.
Yeah, they were like, okay, we're gonna react to whatever you do, but then it says OG makes you fight at places that they want to fight at, right? So at those places, it's gonna be infinitely harder for you to hit your spells, to actually get off your spells at all, to have vision set up or anything, and you're always fighting them. Like, that's not the way to go. So try to play your own strategy, less reacting, more we are gonna do this, we are gonna do that. And then if OG punishes you, that's fine, but at least you tried to win the game and not just mimic the movements of your opponents and lose in the end.
Yeah, they're maybe trying to learn from OG a little bit too much. You make it sound like they gave them half of the learning book. It was like play aggressive into people's faces. And the second part, which they forgot to give them, is the case you're behind, maybe avoid fighting your opponent, look for pickoffs or something. And we will see that Phoenix banned out actually by OG instead.
Yep, Phoenix banned out by OG. At the same time, OG Seed banning out the Beastmaster. So the things are reversed a little bit here. But these heroes are really popular right now. They're really strong and in the meta. Every single team can play them. OG Seed played the Phoenix before too. So if you don't really want to play that hero and the pick order is also reversed, you don't value it for that first pick as much, then you can ban it out and get something that you value a bit more.
In this series, I really wanted to see if we're going to see some strange bans, if they have screamed against each other, but I guess it's nothing out of the ordinary. So in this meta, even the teams that probably know each other better than the others are actually favoring the same types of bans.
That's something a little bit weirder, right? Dragonite in the first stage.
It is a little bit, but still a hero we've been seeing a lot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's very flexible, right? We've seen it now play as a 3, a 2, and a 1. I believe it's Mike who played it for Liquid in the POS 1 role. It's a very good hero all around. So, do you think OG... I don't see them likely to experiment here, try something out of the box, right? Because right now, the 3 losses in this group stage, they need literally every series won and done.
And you don't want your seed team to think that you're underestimating them as well. Like, I think they're gonna go all out. If we are a lot better than you, we're gonna crush you, just to show you that you need to practice more, and so that it's not like, oh, you guys don't know anything, we're just gonna slap you whatever we take. So I expect OG to go full out, just pick
full line.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
Yeah.
All right, these openings are pretty solid for both of these teams. Kotl goes through. We haven't really seen Kotl for a while now, but that's mostly because Kotl is banned out pretty much in almost every single match. It's Kotl Ember combo as well for OG Seed, I believe. Yeah, for OG Seed, which is really good. You have quite a high threat potential in the laning stage. At the same time, you did let Grimstroke go through. Hero that's currently sitting, I believe, on the most pick rate. It's not the highest win rate at the moment, but it's
like, I think it's between 45-50%. It's kind of evening out.
It's like 51%ish. I was checking it, but it's pretty solid because for a support, that's all right, and it has a very high pick rate overall.
So I think Necro's sitting pretty high on the win rate. I think he's up at like 71% right now with 10 or 12 games.
But you have to understand that Necro is a different beast, completely different kind of a hero. Necro is usually picked when the game is perfect for him, right? And because of that, Necro has obviously it comes like a counter. Grimstroke, Ember Spirit, these heroes are constantly picked in the first stage, and then you respond to them. They're so flexible, they can be played on many ways, and because of that, they have a little bit lower of a win rate as well.
When I see these 4 heroes, like a hero that comes in mind for both teams is the Nyx. It would work really well against all of these heroes. I see the Necro, like Pagna is banned, Ember is on the other side, so you do have the Spirit Vessel carrier, but is it enough? I feel like you might need something else. Nyx looks really well.
Nexu played it quite well as well. Position 5, right? They have this Scuttle, but you can actually play Nyx on that position 4 as well, and it's actually better. Most teams do play the Nyx on position 4, and Scuttle can still be played by Pexu. Then it sounds good for both teams actually.
For OGC, it also covers you against that concern that Nyx comes out against the Ember Spirit, right?
Remaining.
Batrider has been addressed by OG at this early point. We won't be seeing that coming out.
Yeah, they're protecting the Necrophos, right? Pagna band. You have an Ember, that's fine. I'll get the Yules, whatever. But the Batrider is really a problem. Laning stage-wise, and even in the whole game, he can just kill this Necro. The only good thing for Necro is that you constantly have your sticks up, but you burn out in a second, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Oh.
They go for a clock.
Okay. Hero we haven't been seeing.
We saw it from OG yesterday, right? Versus Liquid. So they played it. It didn't look too well for them. Teams are starting to pick up clock a little bit more often right now. It gives you some extra catch too.
He feels like a good
very
Spirit
early
Vessel
on.
carrier as well, right? Like he's very good as a Spirit Vessel carrier.
It is, but you have Ember as well. So if you want to make that Ember into this right-click physical damage dealer that's more popular right now with the Dazzle build, but you're playing into a Necro, so most likely what you want is to have that vessel as soon as possible, and because of that, Ember should be the one building it. And this is the problem: when you pick the clock this early on, when you only see one core, they will be able to just pick against it, right? OG shouldn't really struggle to pick the right heroes against the clockwork.
Do you feel like maybe OGC didn't see this coming because they were so fixated on the Batrider ban?
I think
5 seconds.
Because like you got the Grimstroke already, right? And now which is the classic counter to Pangolier. So it seems like a good Pango game, right?
Yeah, but I think that when they look at the Batrider, they're like, we're protecting our Necrophos, not like, and we don't want to be forced to play PL Slark, Void, or Jugger, or whatever. So we want to have our options open for Sumail's hero. So clock, it's fine. It synergizes well with Ember and the Cottle, right? Of course, Pango is a perfect hero here. Nothing here actually touches the Pango. Maybe chains a little bit, but he probably will have one defensive item at least, so he will get his ulti off. Once he does, these heroes, they don't touch him. So really, really nice pick from OG.
Yeah, there's a slight opportunity for OG Seeds right now to flex the clock. You can put it on 4 or on offlane. If you put it on offlane, then there are some heroes that you can pick as your support that deal with the Pango. But no, I think what he said is pretty solid. I don't think that you need to worry much as a Pango when it comes to these last 2 picks. You can see Darkseer, it doesn't really matter for you at all.
Okay, to be honest, I like this from OG Seed. Not because it's a super solid lineup. It can work, obviously, right? You're constantly running at them, but because they are playing their own game. Like, you have an Ember Cottle and then a Clock Darkseer, so multiple targets for a shell, run at you lineup. We don't care what you have, we're gonna run at you. If we hit that timing, it's gonna be awesome, though I'm afraid that you pick like a Bloodseeker or something, or an Anti-Mage that destroys the Darkseer in the lane, and then your timing is kind of off. So, curious to see how OG respond. Morph.
Okay.
It's also pretty solid versus the Darkseer on the lane. Shouldn't be problematic for him to lane at all. Especially if they're pulling the creeps constantly. He can farm under the tower easily. The AM problem even though you would be decent versus Darkseer, if he creep skips, it's not really good for you, because not only is he strong versus you later on with the wall, you're also playing versus the Ember Spirit, who can easily catch you right in that mid-game scenario when you're still trying to get that Manta. I like the Morphling. It gives them a solid overall win condition, but it looks like OGC are definitely stepping up the tempo. Like right now, when you see these heroes, like Nicola has said, they're going to have to be very aggressive after the laning stage. Not necessarily have to be, but these heroes do excel.
They thrive.
Yeah, they thrive from that. When you get that double shield on the Ember Spirit, constantly running in with that surge, it looks pretty solid.
And they also have the overall last pick, so then they can see where the Ember will go. I have to say, I'm not the fan of the Morphling, just because you already have a Vessel Carrier, they're running at you, you might not have enough time. Is your team actually going to be able to buy enough time for you? Like, we remember that they played that TB, right? And it didn't work out because they were just throwing bodies. So I'm scared that it could happen this game, with also the opportunity to catch the Morphling in the mid game. Of course, if OG is ahead, it's just stomp.
One really good thing about the Morphling at the same time is that the Necro counters a lot of heroes that are decent versus Morph right now, that they could pick, right? And when you're thinking about it, mostly right now in this meta, what you want to have on your position 1 versus the Morphling is a Scuddy carrier, right? Because of that minus HP reduction, region reduction, and then if you pick something like a Slark, it's not really that good versus Necro, because you always struggle on your, ulti timings. You can't drop below 50%, he messes you up like that, and it can be a bit complicated. I wouldn't mind seeing it for Madara though. Something that also comes to my mind that we have seen recently have success versus Morphling is PL. Right, with that Scuddy, if you get it early on, let's say Ember gets a Vessel, you get a Scuddy early on, if it's possible, obviously, suddenly these heroes are absolutely not damaging you. Yeah. It's a long shot though, you have to have a pretty decent laning stage.
Well, let's look at what OG is going to fill in the draft right now. Do you like maybe something like a Kunkka to round it up? Gives them a bit team by, then that worry of OGC running into them too fast is repelled by things like the boat.
It's an option. It's a solid option. Gives them quite a bit of team fight in the mid game too.
I mean, they have a lot of options since we don't even know how they're laning this, and they go for a monkey again.
Seeing a lot of monkey today.
So it's Morphling mid, or okay. If it's
flexible, pretty much. It all comes down to the last pick. These 3 heroes can, when you look at Necro, Morphling, and Monkey King, they can lane anywhere, right?
Yeah. I guess if the Ember is mid, you want to put Monkey against him. If they get something else in mid that can deal with the Monkey, I wouldn't mind seeing like a tiny for OGC, but they go for the Queen of Pain. So it's gonna be a Morphling mid, I'd imagine, because you don't want to lane the Monkey King against that.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say straight up, I liked the 4 picks from OGC. I'm not really the fan of how they rounded this draft up. They don't really have a hero that takes any objectives. It became even more difficult with the latest patch. Now you're pretty much, all 5 of your heroes don't hit objectives, don't hit towers. Darkseer perhaps can go for that utility build with Dominator early on to help you in that way, but it looks like you're playing this super high tempo lineup that has absolutely no real carry that's going to carry you later on in the game. We have seen some teams have success with it, like Viking GG with that co-op mid, or perhaps even VP in that series versus OG, in which they would have these 2 semi-carries. My question is, will OGC actually be able to execute a lineup that's aggressive as this one?
That's the main problem, but to be honest, I'm happy with what they picked, because they can just go for kills, they can run at them. If they actually find the timings when the siege creeps are up and get the early towers, I could see them winning. Still gonna go for OG because they just seem like the better team. But if OGC is winning some game, it's gonna be this one, because it's a run at you. We know what we're gonna do, and there's not much to think when you look at this draft.
That's what our panel thinks. We'll have to see if OGC can actually fight back, or if OG are just going to pummel the ground and leave them beaten behind as they begin the attempt at making it the group out of the group stage and into the playoffs. We'll throw it across to Toby Misery now. Let's see if we can get a third game out of this, or if it's just going to be a 2-0.
with positive tone you've gone. I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling that positive tone. Feeling it good. OGC, let's not think too much about it. Let's just run at you. That's what I'm hearing from the panel. But of course, Misery. We bring it to a sense of reality here. Like, can OGC actually execute this draft, especially after game 1 loss?
I mean, considering we saw game 1, it's hard to believe that they can just I feel, but yeah, I mean, it's still definitely possible to come back. I think they have a decent lineup this time around. I think it's a bit hard for them to maybe they need to make sure they get out of laning phase. Well,
this is how they try and start early. It's 5 heroes to the bottom lane, go for a hunt, and Z-Freak has already missed the opportunity on Nortel.
Yeah.
They are really just trying to get all out aggressive 5 heroes to the bottom.
Okay, so what we talked about during the draft was, you know, you have this Darkseid hero now, and it's a pretty tricky hero to pull off if you don't have the first 3-4 minutes locked down, because not much has to go wrong in terms of your creep cutting and stuff for your Darkseid to suddenly be low on HP or low on mana, or Grimstroke getting like some nice denies on you, and then you're low level, and it's not that easy to play. So after the game 1, I felt like maybe this was kind of a tricky strat to pull off, but we'll see if they're able to reset and think how they're gonna play this lane out. Another point is that Morphling is probably one of the very best heroes in this situation, where he gets to sit on his tower and last at everything, and then even if Darkseid has a perfect creep cut and gets level 5 fast, you still won't really be able to pressure Morphling much. They do have a Queen of Pain that can rotate in though, so that's something they got going for them. So potentially that could be the opening, where they wait for like level 3 or 5 Darkseid, and then they dive the Morphling with Queen of Pain ultimate.
Does that kind of work out? Like, is there a lane matchup that OGC want to have? All 3 matchups they want to have? Because right now we know Necro is going to be top. You're going to have like Monkey in mid, and you have Morphling on safe lane. Is there a perfect matchup that OGC want against these 3 heroes?
I mean, they kind of see OG's lanes coming. Like, it's pretty obvious they're going to do this Pangolin Necrophos off lane, both because Seb is playing it, but also just because the nature of the other heroes that they have. Now they bottom because of this aggressive move they went with. Clock just running in, so they know all 3 lanes, and I don't think they're really able to mix it up.
Okay.
So I think they're okay with the laning phase.
Sort of what they've got and get the best out of it.
Queen should do fine with Monkey, right? I don't know. I think Monkey has to play pretty aggressively to win that matchup. It's a very slippery slope for him, I think. But he should lose the lane, I think, if Corp maxes Terror Strike. And then you have the Ember top, he should get stuff as well.
To try and battle on bottom. Nortel with the Illuminate spam. Actually have enough with the double Iron Shot. So Mail's going to go down first. And Z-Freak with a battery assault. He's going under the tier 2 tower to actually get the second kill for OGC's off lane. It's clever shenanigans, but it ends up working out. And Z-Freak will just do something after the tier 2 tower.
That was a very nice move, actually. The Illuminate level 1 on Cardle. You don't see that too often these days, so definitely caught them off guard.
Yep. And Samel, like, you get low on RG, and 1 hit actually really starts to hurt. Darkseid might be a little bit deep, but they'll keep going at it.
Yeah, I like that they brought Pexo down here to start with, so they ensure that Darkseid gets to do this cutting level 1. And Necro Pango is not too scary early on, so Ember won't really die there, top lane. He'll just get his level 2.
Well, they're already going to TP Cuddle out, so bottom lane it feels like they did everything they wanted to do.
Oh, it looks pretty good for OGC now. They get to do the Darkseid cutting, and Clock gets to kind of zone the Grimstroke.
OG can't do what they like to do. Whenever they plant this observer like they have up on the top lane, just between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower, they contest pulls like this from the Keeper of the Light. Instead, they battle a little bit into Madara, do their own pulls, and they drag the wave back. They're not killing couriers, they're not killing heroes. They're not able to do what OG want to do, and Zero is able to get a 2.5 wave pull. Burn down. Like this is the dream for a Darkseid. This is level 3.
Good, man. Yeah, this is the dream for sure. I really like what OGC did this game. Like, they look much more prepared for this game than game 1. Maybe the first game was just like first game of the day type of a thing. They just need to kickstart. So
have a Kickstarter project. Will you please invest? Top lane. That's a big hit. That's a huge hit. Level 1 boom, and it just takes off so much life from both Seb as well as Suxer. Say his name correctly, please. While on bottom lane. Stun out from North. Samel wants to keep fighting into the battery assault and the iron shell. Z-Freak has to play the fog of war. He turns back around, realizing he's going to get hit anyway. Suxer dies up on the top lane. So there was a bit of a trade-off. Maybe now Zibe's a little bit too deep.
Let's see.
Leave one iron shell behind. Samel's trying to get the denies so it doesn't do as much.
Soaring before with soaring. That's nice. He got a flask, Z-Freak. So the cutting can continue.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Clock really wants to get level 2 right now, I think, so he can at least threaten the kill onto this stroke a bit more with the cogs. I think he should take the XP from this wave here.
Jumping again. Pexu. Oh wait, no, never mind. He's gonna be okay. Thought it felt a little bit more pressuring, then you got to realize this is a 3-position Pango. The mid lane feels a lot nicer. Yeah, it's a decent matchup. 20 to 5 versus 15 to 1. So a bit of an advantage going the way of mid 1.
Yeah, mid 1 on still doing really well. I saw him play EU Pops yesterday too, so he's really getting used to it. The ping.
Yeah, this is how like the old Natural 9 used to play, right? Like you just get used to it. You draft heroes that function well for you, and obviously this isn't really the case with the Monkey King, but at least you just get used to the delay. And if things stay the way they are, you're gonna have to really get used to it. Maybe Thompson, don't think about getting back to EU.
Yeah, I mean, if mid 1 can play, why not bring Thompson in as well?
Yeah. Play the full roster.
Yeah.
Actually, he's getting so much money once again. Like, he's getting the money, he's getting the experience. CS-wise, he's neck and neck with that of the Morphling.
There's still Bounty Rune actually sitting there from the minute 0, and no one's gonna get that.
Oh wait, value. Bottle Rune of Chesty. Yeah. And I was like, well, do I deny? Wait.
He denied it. Yeah.
He denied it. Chesty was sitting on top of it. He didn't pick it up in time.
He didn't know there was a Grimstroke there randomly.
Oh god.
Septo ended up dying.
Yeah, battling out for the rune, and sucks. So maybe he's able to pick up that second. Z-Freak, he does the raise, but it is Sux's rune. But he'll lose his life. Maybe to the neutrals. One more attack will do it, but Z-Freak's got the attack. Mid 1 rotated over. And Pexu now no blinding light skilled up, so he can't just push back mid 1. But that's what cogs are for.
Looking good. Notail got some really nice vision out from that though. CB is maybe in trouble here. Nah.
Another jump forward.
Mid 1 is gonna go down here maybe.
Yeah, that looks like a banana ready to be peeled. Monkey King. Sonic Wave! 17 HP and one more attack. Putting the Observer down, making sure they can see and came out. Thinking the Observer was just north of the ramp that Chessie walked up, and now Chessie also gets a regen rune for the 6 minute into his bottle. That's happy days.
Morphling is very high though. So this is the problem when you run darks into Morphling, is that even probably Quap ultimate is down too. So you're never really killing this guy.
Madara, he got the sign of fist off, so he actually dodges the Inks while Z-Freak's gonna arrive as well. He's got the battery assault. Seb having a very hard time. He hasn't hit 6 yet, and both Suxer as well as Seb both being caught up inside the trees. Zibe gets that kill from the other side of the map thanks to his level 3 Iron Shell on the clockwork. And Madara barely stays alive.
Actually perfect now. He got his 6 too. He can bottle up the Coddle here.
Regeneration.
Well, and Yep, it's not going as well as they had hoped for sure for OG.
Obviously, you've still got the big win condition in the morphling you were mentioning before, like Sumail. It's just some easy farm for him. He's even pulling the wave over with the Iron Shell on it.
Yeah.
So his creep wave could do some damage to the T1 towers. So he's able to farm both jungle as well as push the lane.
So who's gonna buy Vessel for? It looks like Ember is gonna go Vessel. So they do have a, because he's going Vessel as the carry. He's gonna have it fairly early, and that's one way to kill the morphling. So they have some nice timings on them if they can continue to have good games on both Ember, Quap, and Darkseer.
Oh, Sumail is such a dick. He just fortified because there was 2 Iron Shells on his wave, and he wasn't having anything to do with it. And Zibi's got a lot of stacks up. Finally, they're going to get rid of that Observer Ward that was planted down a long time ago by No-Tail.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
An Arcane Rune protected up on the top lane. Really good, great control for Chessie to be free from the OG supports.
They see the Monkey King here, but nope, he's not gonna get caught.
Wait, did OG actually because they have a sentry ward in range of the obs. I guess they didn't. Clockwork, nice rocket. Sees mid one. He starts up on the good route. Just trying to lay and cut that tree down and the sonic wave. Mid one. Wait, hang on. Pick up all your neutral items if possible.
Sumail is here.
Yeah, he is. That's feels a little early under the tier 1 tower. Rudy's gonna happen. There's a lot of Iron Shells on the heroes, pushing him back with a cogs. Ape Spirit. Here comes your Reaper Sight. Not enough to kill off Z-Freak. A little bit premature there from Seb. As OG back up. This is not a healthy morphling. He's gonna be careful about how much he adds morphs with rockets flying around too. And they jump in once again, No-Tail. OGC have great information thanks to this observe side. They know the rest of OG backed up. So OGC jump in, get the kill, add pressure to the mid tier 1 tower.
And bottom too. Because morphling TV'd out there, the bot tower is now kind of vulnerable.
The Pango's on the defense, but Pango just TV'd to bottom. Again, oh, the Will-O-Wisp cuts the trees down at mid one. This observer ward, how dividends gonna pay off? They saw exactly where he was on the jump.
Top tower is under attack.
OGC
Radiant's middle
turning up for game 2.
Yeah, that is the biggest lead they've had in this series. The experience is pushing around 2k. The goal is pushing to about 1.5k. And No-Tail's finally worked it out. He put a second board down to find it. But that orbs is gone.
Well, now, compared to the morphling, it's like, and same with Ember, they're closing in on the gap. It was really grim before. Seb.
Now they're gonna go in. Seb is probably the closest target. Monkey King starts over on Z-Freak. So you're going on a level 5 support Clockwork, leveled up just before this fight begins. Sumail waveform down, finds the kill. Mid one, oh, it's a good sonic wave. Pushing him back, trying to hide inside the mischief, but that ain't gonna work. They just wait inside the Wukong's command. A lot of big abilities being burnt. Another side of fist searing chains, but you know, mid wants to turn it up. But on bottom lane, they're actually going after Pango in the trees while pushing the tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they just want
They're gonna have to let this one go top.
They want to fight bottom. They want to kill Pango. Clockwork TPing over towards the outpost. They know Pango's in the trees. Madara cuts it with the fire remnants forward. Give him a shaka and keep going a little bit harder at this.
Yeah, this is a lot of space though. Morphling is back down bottom to defend the tower.
Is he strong enough to still fight?
Yeah, this is maybe a little questionable, but it looks like that's creating just enough space that
Morphling can clean up the wave. And you're gonna get a damage into the tower on top.
They should know that Morphling has no TV. He TV'd in here, so Sumail's maybe in trouble here.
Well, that cog's burn. They're trying to take off his mana. He's got 12 one charge available. The strength morph begins from Sumail. The Clockwork Rocket, nice from Z-Freak. So they see Sumail go into the trees and even create an illusion of him with the Darkseer wall being leveled up. And he's rooted and caught in the tree line. Sumail will go down.
Wow.
Balance.
OG did not even want to attempt to TP there.
Bottom tower is under
Probably the right call. If you change, he starts TPing in there.
is under attack.
Might just feed relentlessly. But that's the top net with Hero dying there, and they're gonna get the tower.
Tower has fallen.
How does it look for Vessel? It's halfway or a bit more than halfway done. Like Queen looks to be going Orchid here.
Really making sure they got the lockdown against OG. Another great rocket from Z3. Cook shots available. He goes all the way in onto Sub. But a good, easy swashbuckle outside the cogs. No time will arrive. He's just taking the burn from the cogs. It's fine. No matter where that came from, I guess. And they're getting Morphling back into his farm pattern.
I kind of like the Illuminate build on Coddle nowadays. It's pretty underrated, I think.
As in more than the Blinding Light? Like, what's the advantage of actually skipping Blinding Light?
I mean, you're gonna have a way to push out lanes. You're gonna have a way to get farmed. So you're gonna be not just this guy with one Blinding Light and one ultimate. You're also gonna have an ability to get a Glimmer Cape, let Force Staff, and be more of a factor in the game.
He did a lot of damage in the early game too. He was hitting multiple arrows at a time. That's kind of what destroyed both like Pango and Zuxa. Keep getting hit by two hero illuminates. And they were at level 2s as well in the early stages. So they actually did something. And as he said, building Spirit Vessel, gonna try and work with Chessie. Strike is out and Pango is looking pretty fast, gonna swashbuckle away. And okay! Chessie wants it.
Dax is getting chased by a Dax here.
Who really wins that one? Vac versus Vac. Shell versus Shell. Now you let the ulti out from Pixu, so Zibay can get some space. He'll get a cop for both Seb as well of Samel with the root down. Mid one wants to help out. Lets the Wukong's command. Is it going to be enough? Waveform down. Samel actually gets the kill on the retreat back count, but it's still not enough. Zibay's Iron Shell actually helps kill off Samay. I think it was on the remaining target on Madara. Reaper side throws Madara, already cut the tree down to mid one. Always hold that Quelling Blade, and he wants to get back into the fight. There's no scream of pain, but it won't matter. There's a lot of tick damage going into Monkey King, and there's no control. The Soul Blade, it went onto Chessie, and he just blinks away. At least saved the life of Monkey King, who's back in the fountain. But this is going to be one of the very few times I think we're seeing OG look to actually just run in and fight and back off.
Yeah, but once again, the Morphling dies and his timing is slowed down.
Finders keepers.
And they're testing for bounty runes. Alright, OG, underneath the tier 1 tower, rockets and observe wards planted down.
Saxa.
And yep, catching out the Pango. Uncertain what he was trying to get from going into the trees. There ain't no shop there anymore.
So that's 4 bounty runes. The score looks awfully similar to the first game.
Yeah, the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh, Madara looking to try and fight. 5th Searing Chains, goodbye Grimstroke. Mystic Chant to give a little bit more life, and you see mid one jumping, almost feeling like he can fight because they have their Ops and Sentry up there, but they won't take it.
I mean, when you get this Daxia online with Ember and Clockwork, and you can just keep fighting with these 2 melee run at you heroes with Shell on, it's not easy to stop.
Yeah. You were flagging this when we were just having like a casual discussion during the drafting phase, like, hey, if Daxia doesn't get a good start, he's going to mess up the creep skipping, and then he's just absolutely nothing here. But now he's a real hero. Puts the wall down over Bronze Seb underneath the tier 1 tower. They try and fight, hookshot forward. Necro, going to get another pulse off, going to get anything. Will-O-Wisp just controls him perfectly. So once again, the Soulbind goes begging. Naruto gets hit so hard by another Sonic Wave, and mid one will arrive, but where's the rest of his team? He needs to find Morphling. It's not part of this, so Pango will drop. Mid one will now bounce back out. Do they have something to cut the tree? Not quite. The rocket will give extra information. Monkey King still continues to bounce out, and they are just buying more and more time. Pexu actually goes down to mid one. That wasn't part of the plan.
He died at range creep, I think, or tower shot. Died at the range creep.
Like we wanted to look back over towards Sumail. Like he is, he's just sitting over in the jungle, farming up his Manta style. Obviously realizing without that he can't fight into an Orchid.
Yeah, and Vest. I think he needs to get another item before he's actually able to really fight. So
here we go again. OGC trying to play like OG. Who would have thought mid one getting caught out underneath the tier 1 tower. Chessie will finish the job, and they've already found another target. Notal in the trees.
They just died there.
Wait, Pexu died again. Yeah, sorry, it's a male. He's like, oh, I think I found him, boys. I found him, and look at the TPs. The observe ward was planted down. They see where he's moving. Queen of Pain now has the Orchid available, and the Manta is not there on Sumail. He's short by 100 gold. So the Orchid's out, and Sumail trying to stand his ground and kill off Chessie. He can't finish the job. Suxa came over, but he couldn't connect. So Sumail is down, and right now Z-Freak is trying to get the solo kill over on Suxa. The Darkseer wall, Suxa, he's able to move himself further away. Salve up quickly. What can he get? A healing salve. Sure, you'll take that. You get your life back up again quickly.
Okay, it looks like we have a little bit of a slowing down.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah.
Mid lane.
It's they're still gonna go. Ember Spirit, Side of Fist Searing Chain. Give him the extra blast, give him the rocket, and then give him the chakra so he can go over another Side of Fist again. Ghost Shroud's buying some time, Morphling's coming over, and Seb, he's just soaking up the Spirit Vessel charges. Now you get down to 0 on Madara. That's not a happy place to be. The D-Freeze took shot off cooldown in 1 second time. Maybe he can find Suxa in the tree line, or he catches mid one. Either one, he'll be happy with that. Tinker War gets planted, Pangolier stunned up for the moment, but at least he got into his Rolling Thunder. He wants to escape mid one, just continues to bounce and bounce. Madara hits a Sleight of Fist, but mid one continues to bounce again. And away and space has been created.
Wow, they were lucky they got away from that.
It's either lucky or it's just being OG.
Lucky or Suxa. In trouble there.
He's just space creating, remember. That's all this is for. Orchid it up. He knows he's dead. Say, please follow me. Mid one's going to soak up the wave on the bottom. A little too early on the jump, so fortification slowing things down a bit. At least no one from OG is going to TP back to a tier 3 town to stop a Monkey King. And the outpost. Notel. You can at least finish the job, but with 2 heroes arriving, I think get this outpost back in time.
Yeah,
both 20-minute outposts belong to OG Seed.
Mid lane, Sumail.
Oh god, how many times are they going to continue to catch him? He'll waveform up. At least there's the Manta style. Oh wait, he's out of his DP! And now, he'll have to change up into the Ember Spirit. Use the Searing Chains to control up Madara. He needs to jump back out this one. Side of Fist to dodge the first attack, but now the Orchid's back up once again and Morphling. Silence up, mid one. Yep, nothing he wants to do with this. Sumail gets dropped. He TP'd as opposed to ran, and OG caught him out. What a lovely Observer Ward. Saw everything.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's kind of interesting, like, because both games are very similar. Like the team that falls behind just continues to try to keep fighting and keep dying over and over and over.
Well, they both attended the OG school, so
look at Ember Bottom.
They're meant to play the same style. Notel a little bit far up. At least get the soul bind off, but do you really take this fight? The bounce forward from mid one. Now they vac him down. Think way to kill off trees. At least never survives. He jumped halfway through the vac. But that's 2 heroes dead from OG and OG Seed. Now they've learned a lot from game 1.
Just TP back in there. Defending.
So what do you do if you're OG? Like, can you keep doing this run at you? Sox is trying to do his own little fun little play up against Madara. There's space being created. Maybe it is. Morphling jumps himself forward, but hookshot once again from Z-Freak. Sumail, the Darkseer wall, starts creating his own copy. Sumail just wants to get the hell out of here. He's got no waveform. He initiated with it. A quick mana start, but they wait for the Orchid. Chessie's patience will pay off. Enough. No worry, Morphling's back to his tier 2 tower. Now OGC blew their initial attack. What else have they got? Darkseer still waiting to try and play around this wall, but you've got problems. Sox has been dropped. Seb now standing underneath his own tier 2 tower. The Sonic Wave will connect. The Ink Swell's out, but they can't stay on the front line to get the attack in. In fact, it's now Monkey King mid-1 trying to finish off Chessie, but he can blink away in time while the battery assaults from Z-Freak helps create the extra space. Another Spirit jump forward. So now that's the target they definitely want. You've got more charges to work with. Nortel's trying to land this stun once again, but he can't even land the Ink Swell over onto Peksu. And now he will go down. I'm sorry, it's the stroke he couldn't land. Samel's back to his tier 3 tower, but he's got very few teammates to play with because they're only now just respawning.
Maybe they can still defend the tower. It's actually crazy. This tower.
Wait, you want to see OG come out and defend the tier 2 tower against OGC?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they would just chain TP in there now and defend it, you know?
Well, they do have fortification available.
Yeah. It may be even surprising that they're not.
Well, maybe they have to let things settle down for a bit. Let Samel get the E-Blade, but he really felt like he was in no man's land for a second. Okay, well, Seb's walking out to the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think he can get anything here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
In fact, he's in range of the dire Obs and Sentry, so a jump forward from Chessie. Man, what you give for your finished Greaves or some kind of defensive item for Seb. He's got no Yours, he's got no Greaves. And right now, he's probably have to buy back to defend against OGC's attack. They're coming at the tier 3 tower. And Sumail is still not ready to fight.
Dire are scanning.
The fortification either. OG burnt on the tier 2 tower. That's a nice fight of fist here in Chase. Over on 2 with the soul bind connection and the extra stuns. Have they got enough? Chessie, he's going to drop the hook shot. Z-Free couldn't create enough space. Even battling into the Will-O-Wisp. Now the Reaper Sights will connect. And OGC, and they felt confident. But respect your elders. They just lost their 2 huge cores. Zibe trying to get out of here. The Glimmer Cape from Pexi will buy him a little bit of extra time, but Samal staying with him. A blinding light will push him back. Another stun. In fact, 2 of them. Z-Free creating space with his own cogs. A quick Bangalore jump. Great forced off and TP at the safety. Z-Freak will be able to complete that one. I don't know if you can say the same for Pexu. The Glimmer Cape protection, it's enough. The Sentry came way too late. So no doubt to strike could connect, but Ember and Queen of Pain losing their lives on the ramp for the tier 3.
Yeah, that was pretty throwy. But I mean, at the same time, not really. It was just really nice play by Sumail, right? Coming in and chaining them both. You didn't think about it.
And Sumail brought up like golf big. But of course, in OG style, we're already fighting once again. Monkey King, Orchid, silenced up, looking to get the regeneration rune. Now it's going to be mid-1, dead for 46 seconds.
But once again, in this patch, it's like, even if you get these kills on the cores there, they're just going to spawn. And then nothing big really changed. They would have to do that multiple times when they're this far ahead. So you see, once again, just mid-1 moves across the map, and he gets picked off again, and now they're realistically in the same spot as they were before. I guess the only guy who got some gold from that is Morphling, right?
Yeah, he got the kill. He got the streak.
Yeah, so he's somewhat close to E-Blade, I think, or what? He has 1k. Is that all? Does he have a Ghost Scepter somewhere? He's going. Is that his Perseverance?
No. That's Necros.
Okay.
That's Necros Perseverance coming out of the shop. Let me just find his courier.
I see his courier. It's in base.
Yeah, it's got nothing on it.
Okay, he's actually not. Oh, he has 3k. It was just bugged because he was DC'd.
He's got 3160 and still waiting to buy. I imagine he'll have to go to the dye shop for that one. But hey, on your way to the runes, can you just pick something up on the way?
This was
some milk.
Before it started.
Well, Smells back in the game. I think we're good to go. I think you can have lag no matter what happens when you play from America into Europe.
So there's a Roshan. OGC can't really kill it that easily. Like, they would kind of need OG heroes to be dead, which is, you know, definitely possible considering what we've seen so far. But they can't just walk in there and start killing it. I think that's too risky against OG's lineup. They don't really have the damage.
Yeah, and of course you got to respect the players too. Like, if you want to battle in a condensed area, just like you did on the bottom lane, like, you got to think twice. And maybe that's also something else as well, like OG Seed. Like, if you can put game one behind you with a fantastic double kill to start the bottom lane up and this momentum on a Darkseer, but do they have to temper themselves a little bit now? Wait for critical things, or do they just keep going?
They just keep going. That's kind of what their lineup is designed to. But at some point, you want to be able to kill Roche. You want to be able to kill tier 2s. I think kind of what OGC's problem is going to be potentially to close out this game.
The Raider fight. Freeze is done on Darkseer. You've got a pipe. You've got a full BKB now for the Queen of Pain too.
OG's going to smoke as well. They're going to smoke down to the Morphling. But
are they going to go on Z-Freak?
Break it? Or no?
Oh, he's running back up again. Overwards are everywhere. The smoke's going to break in 1 second time for OG Seed.
Maybe going to get caught. He doesn't have a Remnant out. He doesn't see it coming at all.
He jumps to that. The Remnant's right on top of Monkey King, so if he jumps up, you see the jump. Oh no! Mid-one stun timing. That's not what he was looking for, but you do get the Soulbind with a double silence. Zox is going to get as many stuns out there as possible, battling inside the Wukong's command. Darkseer, as well as Z-Freak, having a very hard time getting any kind of damage out. While Samel is another great double searing chain, but the Sonic Wave! Oh, Chessie hits 3! Nerd Pepper, mid-1, and Seb reeling from this one. The buyback comes in, and Seb at least can put down Madara with that Reaper side. They lose his life for it, but Chessie looking for now his quad kill. The silence is out. A big disarm. Nerdtail still trying to help with these strokes of fate, letting the fights continue as she ends up killing off Peksu. So no more blinding lights for OG having to fight into. But a blink forward from Chessie. Another silence is out. They get that disable, but where's the follow-up? Samel looking for his own fight, but who does he really fight here? Surging forward, Chessie hook shot, but Samel just turns around to battle the illusion. So a hook shot no longer so great.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
She split all three of those heroes, and everyone just disengages now.
With my thanks.
Well, that was. I mean. See there. But it's very hard for that. Like, if Darkseer gets to get his spells off, it's very hard for OG to team fight.
That's why they need to be able to nuke him down a little bit faster. But you see Samel, yeah, items to pick up. Now 300 goldish away from having his E-Blade. But buybacks are going to be like few and far between. You did have to buy back in that last fight onto Nerdtail so he can get back involved again. Seb still got his on cooldown with a hook shot forward. Starts to find himself in the graveyard once more. Soulbind, double silence. Seb looking to try and get closer for his extra stun, but no one's coming into the tier 2 tower. With a force up Z-Freak, he actually pushes himself down to the tier 2 tower to get away from the Wukong's command fight. Darkseer has been nuked down, so that factor has been removed, but Seb, he can't regenerate. Chessie blinks forward onto the tier 2 tower. He wants mid-one. He's already claimed Seb's life. They haven't got the bigger one they want, which is Samel. But Chessie won't care if he keeps backing up these kills. He's 18-110 on the Queen of Pain.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And props to Madara for the 28 assists he's currently sitting on. 27 for Z-Freak.
18 kills for Chessie.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if Chessie should go. He's going Hex, it looks like, which is, you can't blame him. It's pretty good here, but it would be nice for him to get some more physical damage potentially. But I guess Ember has a Deso, so that kind of solves a bit of the issues they might run into.
Do they have, so without the Spirit Vessel charge being on Morph, do they actually have a way to stop Samel? Like, when does Samel become too big to handle?
I think, I mean, first step is BKB. I think BKB here is kind of necessary.
Under attack.
But he looks to be going Sky. Maybe he wants to go BKB later, so it doesn't go down in charges. Or maybe he just feels he won't need it. Because they do have like Lotus Orb now on step.
Look how scared OG are of this outpost. They actually have to use multiple heroes now to grab it in time. They will be able to. There's a clockwork rock over the top of Samael, so they're a little bit more concerned.
Maybe it's time for OGC to start hitting Roshan, perhaps. I guess they find a DD here, so, you know, the play becomes more obvious. But it's a good way to get OG to come to you, and you kind of still want to use your spells.
They're looking for the jump. Samael.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And so there's be a tier 2 tower up on top.
You don't want Coddle or Darkseer to die first in the fights. You need their ultimates.
Samael's feeling a little bit more confident. Now he's walking around with the greater fairy fire. That's one way to bring Morphling back up to full. Smoke up once again. OG committing 2 of these in a minute. They just want to target. Steve already up. That's a lot of heavy damage into him, but they haven't finished the job just yet. And Mid One still looking for his own jump in, but under the Will-O-Wisp, it's Seb who's in trouble. Mid One finally gets the ult out, but he's back in under the wall, combining with the light. They just can't get away. OG blinded out. And Samael's like, well, I might be able to fight, but without a team, this is still really a game. This is meant to be a team game after all. Back under the tier 3 towers, double damage rune in tank. I don't kill Roshan, I kill OG. Seed. They've just wiped the 2-time TI champions out. In a full fight, and they're ready to push down mid.
Yeah, let's see what they can get out of this. If they can get a Rax here or what. Is there buybacks?
Radiant's middle tower is
no
under
buybacks.
Up, they got nothing. They have a Grimstroke alive.
Rock it on.
If the buybacks come off cooldown for Stab, but he's still short by 350 gold. This will be a mid-Rax. OG pulls something out of the bag. Jump forward, set. Very quickly silenced up. He's got the Lotus Orb to break himself free. The melee Rax, they're actually going to keep this alive. Madara, he's trapped inside. Hook shot won't actually manage to connect over on Seb. You still also have no Darkseer wall for the moment. The stun control is just too good, however, from OG Seed. Darkseer will die once again, chalking up his 12th death of the game. With Side of Fist Searing Chains, Seb continuously, once again, putting this Lotus Orb to work. Their melee Rax is at least taken in favor of OG Seed, and they will now back up. 20k advantage, mid-Rax going their way. But still, I wouldn't count OG out.
No, it still feels like it's possible for them to win this game. It's like one good fight, and then Roshan, and suddenly...
Oh, Z-Freak, the spirits, they have the Tinkerward up. Mid One thought he was being really clever, bouncing back down again. Putting the Tinkerward on bottom lane when OGC were pressuring there. Now up on top lane, reaping rewards. I think Chessie might put the sheepstick to use. He found Samael, or has Samael found him? The tree wards were down, so Samael got a bit of an early warning system. All up on top lane. Seb trying to get around the cogs. Notal lets the silence out. Darkseer trying to be that hero of control, and Samael comes and joins the fight. Soulbinder's out, the Reaper Suck comes down, but once again from Seb, it's too early. Z-Freak's battery has stopped, continues to go to work, especially as he can hook shot forward. Cock pushing back out Seb. Chessie can go to work on him with a double kill, looking for the triple. Sonic Ripple insured, and GG is called. 53 kills from OG Seed after being pummeled into the ground by OG in game 1. They hit back in Isle, and who is the real OG? I guess we'll have to find out in game 3.
Yep. Oh.
5 seconds remaining.
OG, not OGC.
Oh, no.
Pretty much most in the second game. And usually a team that's considered better than you, higher tier level, right? They find ways of prolonging the game until their carry, until their win condition comes online. But in this game, Sumail, yeah, he did manage to get to that T-Blade stage, but it was way too late. And by that time, the Queen of Pain just popped off. Orchid Hex, everything was in her hands already.
Yeah, but now that you mention, like, you are a weaker team and you're going for this run at your lineup, I feel like if you're the worst team, this is the best kind of style that you can actually have to stomp your opponent, to not let them play Dota the way that they want to. So to me, it's a perfect strategy against someone that is better than you. So it ended up working since they didn't make too many mistakes.
It's like in chess, was it the Queen's Gambit, right? It's like a move that proficient players will see coming, but I mean, OG get caught out by what is considered to be their own playstyle of just run at you Dota. And that call, especially as the game went on, like, was that a preview to why we see so much Keep of the Light?
No, not at all. Well, the way this Kotl was played was completely off-brand, off-meta. Pexu just not reinvented the hero, he just went back to the old playstyle of that Kotl, and that's also one of the reasons why they almost had 2 position 4s. It wasn't really that Kotl that's sitting on the bottom of the net turret with perhaps Tranquil Boots, 1 item. No, he was much better, much higher net turret because of the Illuminate max. He didn't even go for Blinding Light early on.
I love that you actually touch on that. To me, he didn't need the Blinding Light. In the lane, you're playing against a Necro. He's not going to be running at you, right? But you have 4 heroes that are going to run at the opponent. If you do not have your ulti, what do? You're not with them. You're useless. You're going to push out the waves. So to me, it was a perfect way to adjust to what they had and how far ahead they were so that he didn't actually have to be in every fight.
Well, let's see if OG can adjust in this third game as the draft has begun. We've already got 4 bans on the table. Nothing too surprising other than maybe, is that a Shaker ban I'm seeing?
Yeah, Shaker was banned out in the previous games too. It's, I think, highly contested by both of these teams, so there's a reasoning behind that.
And the call won't be seen again that we were just discussing either.
The Kotl Phoenix, obviously, two that have been played before, banned before. They hit the bans again. Pogna on the side of OG Seed, nothing extraordinary. We might even see that Necro banned out, even though in that game he didn't really have the best game. It was a really difficult Necro game. He had absolutely no save until he got that Lotus, which was a little bit late too. And their teamfight was very wonky. They had very limited amounts of catch. I think that's probably something that OG will fix in this next draft.
It's interesting to see the Void Spirit being banned out each time. Like both teams, we said they like this a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think that's the ultimate hero you're scared of with mid one right now after his recent performances?
It's one of, because it's definitely on the aggressive side. You have multiple saves for yourself. The ping will not hinder you that much, and he has already demonstrated that he can play it on high ping, whereas on the other heroes you might not be as used to that. So I guess if you can find like somewhere where you can actually attack OG, it's mid one, and probably his ability to play at a high level right now, since he does have ping issues.
A very interesting ban in the Enchantress. Now, if you're OG Seed, you're thinking Ember Spirit, you're thinking Beastmaster as well. You're thinking all these heroes. In the back of your head, Enchantress wasn't banned in the first 2 games, right? So this has to mean something, and because of that, this last ban from OG Seed might be different than what they initially would go for. And they go for the Beastmaster. I mean, alright, we have seen him picked already in this series, we have seen him banned as well here. It's your common response to the Enchantress ban as well, right? You think that OG will open up with the Beast?
Yeah, if they wanted to, but also it's maybe like OGC does well with the Beastmaster. If we ban this, they might be forced to get rid of this, and we don't really want them to play the Enchantress anyways. So because of the enchant to remove the Inkswell, let's say, so you just ban it out with that, then they have to use their ban to ban out the Beastmaster, and you've opened up some of your heroes as well. So they could be looking a little bit more into the future with that as well.
We will see the Grimstroke to open up for OG, and I believe the Pangolier is still in the
5
pool, so
seconds remaining.
maybe that's not where the issue was for OG. Maybe they dipped back into that combo. I think last time they picked it as their third hero.
You pick the Grimstroke, so you don't allow them to go Pango
Counter pick
Grimstroke.
it. Yeah.
No, that's why. If you pick Pango, they can go Grimstroke +1. But if you pick Grimstroke, they can't go Pango, or they shouldn't go Pango at least.
Yeah, it also opens up for your own side as well, right?
You're pretty much reserving that pick for yourself, and you can now go Pango. You don't have to.
10
But for them, the
seconds
Pango has worked really well. When it comes to the win rate overall in the tournament, it's been
5 seconds
right on the split 50%.
Yeah.
But it depends what team plays it. If some teams like Secret or OG play, they make it look really, really good. Obviously not in that last game. But when you have lower tier teams, they sometimes do struggle with it.
They go for the AA. So, like, what were they expecting to see so that they would pick up the AA? Or, like, OG already has a Grimstroke, so I guess that is a no-tail hero. They're most likely not going to go for the AA. I'm not sure about this AA
10
pick right now.
seconds remaining.
Lane's okay with